Hey everyone, how are you all doing? Let me know in the comments. Today, I'm welcoming you to the first season of What If Naruto Masters the Mist Element During the Chunin Exams? Remember, if you want to hear about the second season, as always, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. It doesn't cost anything, and it really helps the channel. Now then, let's get started.
Chapter 1. Potential. The Hidden Leaf Village, the hidden village of the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is recognized as one of the most powerful villages with immense military might and influence. It has been the origin of great shinobi, such as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was recognized worldwide as the god of shinobi and the sole possessor of Mokuton, would release a Kekei Genkai that allowed him to use his own chakra as a life source, granting him immense power. It is known that the entire forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village was created by him. It also witnessed the birth of other great prodigies, such as the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu. With this technique, he single-handedly wiped out an entire platoon of ninja from Awagakure no Sato, Hidden Stone Village, a feat that made him feared throughout the shinobi world. He was recognized as a unique genius, and for these reasons, he was granted the title of 4th Hokage. Sadly, he had to sacrifice himself to seal the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi, inside a newborn boy named Naruto Uzumaki. And this brings us to the present, where the Chunin exam was being held in the Hidden Leaf Village. This exam was originally created by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with the sole purpose of demonstrating to the other villages how powerful the Hidden Leaf Village was. Currently, it is held so that Genin-level ninjas from different villages have the opportunity to become Chunin, as well as to maintain the relative peace that has been maintained since the 3rd Shinobi World War. The second stage of the exam is currently underway in the Forest of Death. This brings us to a particular team, Team 7, consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is relieved to have passed the first stage of the exam, having failed to answer any of the written questions due to his lack of intelligence and the absence of any method to steal answers from other participants. Of course, this relief did not last long because while he was distracted, he and his team were hit by a large and powerful gust of wind, and unfortunately for him, he had no opportunity to hold on to anything, which caused him to be thrown off and separated from his team. Immediately after managing to stop, he is attacked by a huge snake, which swallowed him whole before he could react. After realizing his predicament, he begins to shout from inside the creature's stomach, "I'm not going to become your lunch, Databeo." From inside the snake's stomach, he forms a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands, preparing to shout his next jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a huge explosion, a large number of clones appear, causing the snake's stomach to swell and explode into pieces. Having freed himself, he causes his clones to scatter and takes a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. This relief vanishes when he realizes that a second, even larger snake is looming over him. It begins to attack and pursue him, leaving him no choice but to try to flee from the enormous beast. So there he was, leaping from tree to tree, desperately trying to escape the creature or find a way to kill it. In a moment of courage, he grabbed a kunai and plunged it into the snake's head. But at the same time, one of the snake's fangs pierced his arm. The beast hissed in pain and violently jerked its head, trying to shake off the blonde boy. Shortly after, the snake vanished in a puff of smoke, causing Naruto to fall to the ground with a thud, hitting his head hard. This left him disoriented and in pain. However, he tried to stand, only to discover that his body was no longer responding. "What the hell is happening to me?" he exclaimed, feeling his entire body go numb. A moment later, he remembered how the snake's fang had pierced his arm and realized what was happening. I'm poisoned," he stammered, struggling to breathe. He tried with all his might to stand, but grew frustrated when he realized it was no use. Oblivious to Naruto, a fox inside him is grumbling furiously, cursing the 4th Hokage for sealing him inside such a weak and pathetic boy. He tries to use his chakra to purge the poison from the blonde boy's body, but the wounds he suffered while trying to escape the snake are making this task quite difficult. Even more so with that stupid seal. And this only makes him angrier. As Naruto lay sprawled on the forest floor, he muttered, Am I going to die? I'm going to die without ever becoming Hokage, he lamented, recalling his greatest dream and all the times he vowed to achieve it. I have to get up, he said, trying once more with all his might to stand, but it was no use. Seeing this, he slowly began to lose hope and grow sad, remembering the journey he had undertaken so far. When he faced Mizuki and learned the shadow clone technique and earned his headband, the bell test from Kakashi-sensei, his first mission outside the village, and when he met Haku. Then remember his words. Flashback. I believe that when someone has something or someone to protect, that's when they can become genuinely strong, he says with a slight smile as he remembers his teacher. End of flashback. Remembering those words is when he remembers. Naruto, Team, Sakura-chan, he says sadly, remembering his companions and how they might be in danger. I'm so sorry, and I can't go on anymore, he says, finally accepting that he won't be able to leave this place alive. He then begins to wonder if anyone will be sad that he's gone. He starts to remember his village and the hateful stares of the villagers, all the mistreatment he endured, how he was always alone and grew up without parents, an orphan. Am I going to die without even knowing who my parents were? He whispers, a lump in his throat. Will I die without having done anything? Would my parents be disappointed? He keeps asking, most likely, yes. I've always been weak. I could never do anything. I couldn't even do that stupid Bunshin clone, he says as he sinks into sadness. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to die here alone, he says. Alone? He repeats. Alone like I've always been. He says as he remembers how he's always been alone and with no one caring about him. No friends, no parents, nothing. I'm going to die, he says as a small tear escapes his right eye. If I die, will I be able to see my parents? He wonders, hoping the answer is yes. I'm sorry, Team Sakura-chan, at least I won't bother you anymore, he says as he remembers all the times Sasuke made him feel less than, and all the times Sakura hit him and called him an idiot. Little by little, his eyes begin to narrow and close, preparing never to open again. However, before falling into darkness, he sees a small light and begins to hear a whisper in his ear. It grows louder, and then he can hear it clearly. Come on, get up, Naruto. You can do it, the voice says. Don't give up. You have to keep going. You can't die yet, he hears again. But no matter how hard he tries, no matter how much he wants to, he can't get up. Come on, you can do it. You are and always have been strong. I know you can do it. Get up, says the voice again, from where he doesn't know where it comes from. Don't let your comrades die. You have to help them. Don't give up, she hears at the end, and it is then that her eyes finally close, but immediately they open completely, showing her blue gems that now shine brightly. And that is when she begins to shine in a different way. A violet glow covers her gems that now overflow with determination. Elsewhere in the forest, we see his two companions, who are now in the presence of the one who is revealed to be Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke Uchiha, now panting, still stood face to face with Orochimaru after a confrontation that clearly demonstrated he was nothing compared to the Sanin. Several meters away, Sakura Haruno stood trembling in the Sanin's presence, unable to take a single step. Kukuku, well, I must say your last attack wasn't bad. Worthy of a member of the Uchiha clan, the Sanin said with a wide, unsettling smile. We'll meet again soon, Sasuke-kun, he added with a small laugh, sticking out his tongue and hissing like a snake. He quickly makes hand seals, causing his neck to lengthen unnaturally. He extends until he's close to Sasuke and sinks his fangs into his neck, drawing a little blood and simultaneously creating a mark formed by 3 tomo. What the hell? The raven-haired boy says as he touches his neck and feels an immense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to fall to his knees. Sasuke-kun! The girl cries as she watches her teammate and Crush collapse to his knees. Orochimaru turns and sees her. She trembles at his gaze, and he observes her for a brief moment before speaking. Kukuku, you're so irritating. You're completely useless, he says, laughing chillingly. All you can do is tremble while your teammate was fighting me, he adds, placing a heavy burden of guilt on the girl's shoulders as she berates herself for always being the weak link on the team while her two teammates always do the work. And then she thinks about what could have happened to Naruto. You're pathetic. I'll end all that anguish, Orochimaru says as he begins to move towards her at great speed, about to arrive. In the distance, footsteps can be heard and feet wearing blue ninja shoes can be seen. These begin to increase speed when they suddenly disappear in the blink of an eye. Just as he's about to finish off the annoying girl, she vanishes from sight, confusing him. He turns around and sees her several meters away, right next to the Uchiha. And in front of them stands the other boy who was attacked by his snakes. Standing at the front, revealing his new appearance, now much taller than before. His once blonde hair now covered in sections with streaks of red and black, and his face now devoid of the foxy whiskers that once characterized him. His expression now serious and impassive. His blue gems glowed with a violet light, brimming with willpower. He paused before speaking. I don't know who you are, nor do I particularly care to know. But, he paused again, his eyes narrowing slightly, and continued, I would advise you to stay away from my companions, he said calmly, but if you read between the lines, you could sense the threat. At that, the Sanin smiles. Kukuku, so you got rid of my friends. Well done, he congratulates sarcastically. Relax, I was just leaving. If you can, keep Sasuke-kun alive, he says as he begins to melt into the ground. Seeing this, Naruto surged forward and, in a blur of speed, appeared in front of the Sanin, attempting to launch an attack. However, he couldn't as the Sanin was already gone. The Uzumaki stood there for a moment, staring at the hand he had used to try and attack the snake, before turning to see his companions. The unconscious Uchiha and Haruno on her knees, watching him. He began to move toward them. And are Naruto? The pink-haired girl asked, bewildered by how different her companion looked. Yes, it's me. He paused, clearing his mind, trying to remember. I'm sorry. What was your name? No, I can't remember. The girl's eyes widened in shock, especially when she noticed how battered her companion looked. What could have happened to him? She wondered worriedly before answering. Sakura, he said softly. Naruto nodded and turned his gaze to the raven-haired boy, thinking before saying, We have to move on. We can't stay here. He said this as he stood up, lifted the Uchiha, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. The girl nods and gets up unsteadily, before they both disappear into the distance. Given this, only questions remain, such as, what does this change in Naruto mean? Why couldn't he remember his teammate's name? What does tomorrow hold for him? All we can do is wait. Chapter 2, Confrontation. Once again we find ourselves in the Forest of Death. Specifically in a clearing at the foot of a hollow tree, we find the members of Team 7. The two male members are currently unconscious and lying there. Leaning against the wall, Sakura looks at her two companions with concern. Bags under her eyes are visible on her face, indicating that she didn't sleep because she was taking care of her companions. At that moment, she's replaying all the events that happened since she and her team entered that forest. How they were attacked by the Sanin, when Naruto separated from them, Sasuke's fight against Orochimaru, when Orochimaru bit Sasuke and left that strange mark causing him to collapse, how she was rescued by Naruto before the Sanin's attack reached her, how he left stating that they would meet again, and of course, how they arrived at the clearing. Flashback. Shortly after the Sanin retreated and Naruto carried Sasuke, he and Sakura, along with their unconscious companion, began to advance by leaping from tree to tree. After a while, they reached the clearing and found the tree where they decided to rest, so they went inside. Upon doing so, Naruto set the Uchiha down on the ground, then knelt down and began to pant. The pink-haired girl, seeing that, approaches worried. Sakura? Nah. Naruto, what's wrong? She says, placing a hand on his shoulder. Internally, she wonders what could be wrong with her half-blonde classmate. Naruto, a snake attacked me and bit me. I think I'm poisoned, he says, examining the incision on his arm caused by the large snake's fang. The girl beside him's eyes open in concern. I just need to close my eyes. she can't finish because she collapses to the ground unconscious. Seeing that only increases the girl's distress, so she decides to place it next to the raven-haired man. End of flashback. In the present, oblivious to everything around him, something interesting is happening in the subconscious of our protagonist. Subconscious. Upon opening his gems, Uzumaki immediately notices he's not in the last place he remembers, which puzzles him. He stands up and looks around, trying to figure out where he is, but he can't. All he can see around him is a profound emptiness, a completely black and dark place surrounded by a thick, dense fog. Strangely, the place gives him a feeling of serenity and peace. He stands in the middle of the fog and closes his eyes, immersing himself in that feeling, but suddenly he senses a kind of presence watching him. So he begins to move forward without stopping, even though he can't see through the immense mist. He keeps going, and that's when blood-red eyes open, staring at him. And before him stands the powerful Kyubi, the nine-tailed fox, who, upon seeing him, smiles terrifyingly. Kyubi? Well, look who's here. My little jailer has decided to visit me. What a surprise, he says spitefully. Upon seeing him, Naruto tilts his head to one side, giving him an inquisitive look before speaking. Naruto, who are you? He says, not knowing who the figure in front of him is. Having heard this, the fox is somewhat surprised that the boy doesn't know who he is, although he himself is puzzled by the change in the boy. Kyubi, I am therefore the strongest bijou-tailed beast. I am the nine-tailed fox, he says in a proud and arrogant manner. Naruto, oh, I understand, says the blonde in a disinterested and indifferent manner that only manages to irritate the bijou in front of him. Tell me, where are we? He inquires, looking around. Kyubi, so we're in your mind, he says, ignoring how the boy responded to his introduction. Though like you, it has changed. It used to take the form of a sewer, he clarifies. While the Uzumaki seems slightly surprised to learn that this place is his mind, he proceeds to investigate further. Naruto, what do you mean by changes? He asks, trying to understand his current situation. Kyubi, oh, you don't know? He asks, trying to tease his Jinchuriki, human sacrifice. He too is wondering what happened to the boy. Your body, mind, and chakra have all changed, though I don't know why, he says, observing the boy in front of him, whose face is expressionless, indifferent. Then he speaks again. Anyway, you should wake up. I think your companions are in trouble, he says with a grin, revealing his long rows of teeth. Of course, you could just let them die, he adds, amused. Upon hearing this, Naruto begins walking in the opposite direction and then disappears into the mist. Outside the subconscious, she opens her eyes, and as soon as she opens them, she feels it. Several presences, but there is one in particular that repulses her, for it is full of malice and corruption. That's when he decides to stand up and leave. As he does so, he looks around and identifies all the presences he felt. A boy in green spandex and orange leg warmers lying on the grass with blood trickling from his ears. Rock Lee. A boy with brown hair and pearl eyes perched on a tree. Next to him a girl with brown hair tied in two buns. To the right, also standing, are a boy with jet black hair tied in a ponytail resembling a pineapple. Shikamaru Nara. A robust boy with two cowlicks on his cheeks. Choji Akimichi. And beside him a girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail with a strand falling over the right side of her face, her eyes blue, Ino Yamanaka. On his knees, panting and with some wounds, his pink-haired companion is looking in a certain direction. He follows her line of sight, and that's when he sees the owner of that repulsive presence. His teammate Sasuke Uchiha, his skin covered in black markings, emanating a disturbing aura, and with a slightly deranged expression on his face, is standing with one foot on a boy's back, pulling his arms backward. And that's when the raw crack of a dislocated bone is heard, and then he releases the boy's arms, and the boy falls unconscious from the pain. This is followed by gasps of surprise, shock, and terror. The raven-haired man turns his gaze to the other side with a sadistic smile and advances toward two other boys who are most likely the boys' team. Seeing this, the Uzumaki decides to act. Before the Uchiha takes another step, he feels someone grab his shoulder, Then he turns around and sees his other companion. Naruto, that's enough, he says impassively. Sasuke, oh, so you woke up, huh, dope? He says mockingly. If you'll excuse me, I'm in a fight and I have to finish it, he says with a deranged look, ready to continue. But the Uzumaki keeps holding him by the shoulder. Naruto, the fight is over, he says firmly. All that aura you're giving off is a problem. He speaks again, their eyes tightening slightly. He continues, a problem I'm not willing to deal with right now. Before the Uchiha can react, he appears behind him in the blink of an eye, raises his left hand, and delivers a precise blow to the raven-haired man's neck with the back of it, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. The black markings covering his skin recede. Everyone is surprised by the Uzumaki's quick and precise movements. Those who know the blonde boy are bewildered, wondering when he became so agile. Before they can do or say anything, the Uzumaki speaks again. Naruto, take your teammate and leave, he orders as he turns and looks at the boys' team. Because unlike my teammate, there will be no one to stop me if I decide to do something against you, he threatens, causing both boys to tense up, because it is not only the threat, but his gaze tells you that he can back it up. Both boys nod and quickly pick up their fallen companion and leave, leaving behind a scroll that has the kanji for earth. The Uzumaki takes his companion and puts him on his shoulder and walks towards his other companion, stopping when he gets in front of her. Naruto, hey, are you alright? He asks gently. Sakura, yes? Yes, I am, she says, relieved after seeing that Naruto was able to stop Sasuke from continuing as he was, since she was not going to be able to do it. Thank you, Naruto, for stopping Sasuke-kun, she says gratefully. Naruto, I did it because his presence disgusted me, he says honestly. You don't have to thank me for anything, he says calmly. Sakura, thanks anyway, she says with a slight smile. Naruto, can you stand up? He asks, and she nods and does so. Well, we should keep going. We can't stay here any longer, he says, glancing at the other people around them. He also walks over and picks up the scroll the other team left behind. Let's go, he says as his companion nods and walks beside him. Before continuing on their way, he speaks again. Thank you for helping my teammate, he says, looking at the people behind him, since he had already realized what they were doing there, seeing them standing protectively beside Sakura. Before they can reply, he jumps into a tree and continues on his way, followed by his companion, leaving everyone behind, bewildered. Ino, was that Naruto? What happened to him? She says, shocked to see him. Choji, it looked quite different, he adds while eating French fries. Shikamaru, right? How troublesome, he says in a bored tone, as he and his team disappear, just like the other boys who had picked up their spandex-clad partner. Chapter 3, Preliminary Examination Part 1. Relatively close to a river, we can see Sakura and Sasuke, who is still unconscious after being knocked out by Naruto. The pink-haired girl is currently stoking the fire of a small bonfire. That's when the raven-haired man's eyes begin to open, revealing his onyx, frowning as he sits down. The girl realizes he has woken up and moves closer to him. Sakura, Sasuke-kun, I'm so glad you're awake. Are you feeling better? She asks, relieved to see him awake. The raven-haired man glances around, taking in his surroundings, and suddenly memories flood back. He touches his neck, specifically the mark, as he recalls that amazing feeling, the power, and then he remembers his other teammate knocking him out. At the memory, he frowns, wondering how that idiot managed to knock him out. Sasuke, where is Naruto? He asks the girl in front of him. Sakura, Naruto went to the river to get some fish, she says, thinking about how strange her companion has been acting, but decides not to pay attention to it for the moment. He shouldn't be long, she adds. Sasuke, TCH fine, he says curtly, frowning. The pink-haired girl was puzzled by the raven-haired boy's reaction before noticing the Uzumaki approaching. Upon reaching them, he placed his jacket on the ground, where many fish could be seen. Naruto, here are the fish, he says in an indifferent tone. Sakura, thank you, Naruto, she says gratefully while looking at the large number of fish that the Uzumaki obtained. Naruto, it's nothing, he says, downplaying it in the same indifferent tone. The Uchiha was visibly surprised to see his teammate, not only by his physical transformation but also by the way he spoke. He was nothing like the boy he knew, so much so that he would have thought he was someone else entirely if it weren't for his teammate calling him by name and pointing out his hideous orange jumpsuit. Naruto, I see you've woken up, huh? He says while looking at the raven-haired boy and trying to remember his name, but it doesn't work. What was your name again? He asks. The ebony man is surprised to hear the question. Sasuke, what the hell is wrong with you, dope? Did you hit your head or something that you can't remember my name? He complains, somewhat offended that he doesn't remember who he is. Naruto, maybe yes, maybe no. I can't remember, he says, tilting his head to the right and adopting a thoughtful posture. Upon hearing the response, the Uchiha frowned, wondering what was wrong with the dobe. But before he could investigate further, the pink-haired girl interrupted their conversation. Sakura, guys, come here. It's ready, says the girl while holding several grilled fish skewered on sticks. Then everyone sits down to eat their food in silence before the jade-eyed girl speaks. Sakura, we still have to get the other scroll, she says, confusing the raven-haired boy. Sasuke says, TCH, what do you mean, one? We lost ours, we need both. Sakura, when the sound team left, they left their scroll and Naruto took it, she says. It was the one for Earth, we need the one for Heaven, she clarifies. The Uchiha nods, somewhat irritated. As everyone finishes eating, the Uzumaki stands up and addresses his companions. Naruto, we should go to that tower, we've been gone too long, so let's continue on our way, he says, and the pink-haired girl nods in agreement. Sasuke, we don't need the other scroll yet. Naruto, here it is, says the Uzumaki while showing the scroll with the kanji for sky in his hand. Sakura, WH. When the girl stutters, Naruto, I found some guys with him a while ago. I knocked them out and took him, he says dismissively. Well, like I said, let's go to the tower. The raven-haired man frowned as he watched Uzumaki bark orders as if he were the leader, when he was the one who always took the lead. For the moment, he decided not to reprimand him or make any comment. It is then that the three begin to advance towards the tower, leaping from tree to tree until they finally see it ahead and decide to enter. Upon doing so, they see writing on the wall. Upon reading it, they throw the scrolls to the ground. The scrolls unfurl and form an X. Smoke begins to rise from them, and in a small burst of smoke, the silhouette of a person appears. As the smoke clears, Irika Umino, the Chunin sensei of the academy, can be seen. Irika, congratulations, guys. You passed the second part of the exam, he says with a happy smile for his former students. His gaze sweeps over each of them and stops at the half-blonde Uzumaki. The Chunin is surprised by the change in his former student. Irika, Naruto? He asks while stuttering. Naruto, yes, who are you? He inquires, not knowing who he is. Irika, what? I'm Irika? How come you don't remember me? He asks, shocked. Naruto, shouldn't I? He says, wondering why this guy is so shaken up. The academy sensei is bewildered, shocked, and surprised by this and wonders what's wrong with his former student. Sakura, Irika-sensei, don't worry. Naruto has been like this for a while, the girl says, trying to snap the Chunin out of his stupor. We don't know what happened, but he doesn't remember many things anymore, she says, while wondering to herself what is wrong with the boy. Sasuke, TCH, leaving that aside, what will we do now? He inquires, wanting to know what the next part of the test is. Upon hearing the question, the Chunin snaps out of his reverie and tells them to go into the main hall. When they do, they encounter all the teams that managed to pass who are already lined up. Upon seeing them, they also form up. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stands before them, preparing to speak about the meaning of this test and the immense responsibility that comes with being a Chunin. He then yields the floor to the next exam coordinator, a Jounin with a sickly expression and a katana slung over his back. Hey 8, good morning. My name is Hey 8 Gecko, he says while coughing. Before the third part of the exam begins, we will conduct a preliminary exam, he says, coughing again. Everyone is confused by this. Seeing this, the Jounin speaks again. Hey 8. There have never been so many candidates for Chunin in the times this exam has been held, so these preliminaries will serve to reduce the number of participants. This means there will be a tournament for the next exam, eliminating the loser and promoting the winner. Upon hearing this, everyone begins to protest. However, their protests are ignored and the exam continues. As this happens, the Uchiha feels a sharp pain emanating from the mark. All this is observed by the Jounin sensei of Otogekure no Sato, Hidden Sound Village, who wears a sadistic smile on his face. The raven-haired man's companion becomes worried when she sees him clutching his neck and frowning in pain. Sakura, Sasuke-kun, she says worriedly, remembering Orochimaru and how he assured her that he and Sasuke would meet again. I think you should withdraw from the exam, she says, surprising the raven-haired boy and making him look at her. I don't want anything to happen to you. You can't use chakra, or the seal will activate, she says, gathering all the courage she possesses to confront him. Sasuke, don't interfere, Sakura. This is none of your business. I won't give up the exam, he says, annoyed by the girl's attitude, but she doesn't back down and speaks again. Sakura, of course it's my business, we're a team, she says, slightly annoyed and hurt by the boy's words. If you don't quit, I will, she says with determination, surprising the raven-haired boy who didn't expect the girl to confront him since she always did what he said. Just as the girl is about to raise her hand, the Uzumaki grabs her wrist, making her look at him in surprise. Naruto, that's not the best idea, he says after hearing the pink-haired girl's outburst and the raven-haired boy's words. Do you really think he'll forgive you if you do that? He says, surprising the girl once again, and making the Uchiha look at him without expecting those words from the Uzumaki and openly oppose the pink-haired girl. Sakura. But he stutters without being able to help it. Naruto. If he thinks he can do it, let him do what he thinks is best, he says sternly, irritated by the conversation. If something happens to him, it won't be anyone else's fault but his own arrogance's, he concludes, letting go of the girl's hand. She stares at him, stunned by what he just said, and decides to keep quiet and do as the Uzumaki said. The Uchiha, on the one hand, is relieved that the half-blonde boy silenced the girl, but on the other hand, he's annoyed by what he said. He practically told him he was an arrogant idiot, but decides not to say another word. That's when Hayate asks everyone to go up to the stands so the fights can begin. To be continued, Chapter 4, Preliminary Examination Part 2. On the wall, a screen lights up showing the name of the Uchiha and a boy named Yoroi Akato, indicating that they will be the first to fight. Upon seeing this, the silver-haired man warns the raven-haired man not to use his Sharingan, copy will I, if he doesn't want the curse mark to activate. The fight progresses and the Uchiha finds himself at a clear disadvantage for not being able to use his Sharingan, and it becomes even more difficult when he discovers that with each blow he receives his opponent absorbs his chakra. Then in the heat of battle he remembers his fight against Rock Lee and imitates some of his movements, combining them with his own to create the Shirshir Rundan, Lion Barrage. At one point, using all his willpower, he pushes back the mark and does not succumb to its influence, and that is how he manages to win his fight. When it ends, he falls unconscious and is picked up by his sensei. From this point on, in Naruto's opinion, all the fights became boring. Sakura fought Ino, ending in a draw. Shikamaru fought Kin, a girl from the sound team, and defeated her using his intelligence. Tamari, a girl from the sand village, beat Tenten, the teammate of the boy in green spandex. Tamari's brother, Kankuro, won against an unimportant boy using his puppet, Crow. It is then that the name of the Uzumaki appears on the screen, causing him to look towards it. Immediately afterward, the name of a boy appears, Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto prepares to get off, but his companion stops him briefly to wish him luck, to which he simply nods. Both boys are now in the arena waiting for the fight to begin. In the stands, a woman with black hair and red eyes approaches Hataki. Kurenai, I'm sorry for you, Kakashi, but your student will lose. He won't be able to beat Kiba, she says arrogantly. Kakashi, You think so? He asks, looking up from his book. We'll see, he says with a smirk, making the woman grimace. The battle begins in the arena, but first the Inuzuka speaks. Kiba, Akamaru, we got stuck with the loser. This fight will be over very quickly. He tells his dog confidently before turning to Uzumaki. You know what? It would be better if you gave up. You can't beat me, he says with a wide smile, raising his voice so Uzumaki can hear him. Uzumaki, however, maintains his stoic expression before speaking. Naruto, who are you? And why are you raising your voice so much? How annoying, he asks, changing his expression to one of displeasure at the boy's loudness. At what he said, both the Hokage and Hitaki raised an eyebrow, as they had expected the boy to make a scene and confront the dog boy. But instead, the boy remained indifferent to his opponent's continued taunts and openly stated that the other boy was annoying. Kiba, did the exam make you even more of an idiot? He says to Naruto, but Naruto doesn't even flinch. It doesn't matter. I'll defeat you with a single blow, he says, showing his right fist. He lunges at Naruto with relative speed, ready to strike him in the cheek, but what happens surprises him. Instead of hitting Naruto's cheek, Naruto catches his fist with his left hand. The Inuzuka realizes that no matter how much force he uses, he can't even budge the boy. Naruto, he says, disappointed by the attack, since he had hoped that after all the commotion the boy caused, he could at least land a good punch. Naruto releases the boy's fist and in a swift movement, he ducks and drives his elbow into the boy's abdomen, causing him to fall to his knees, panting and clutching the affected area. You're weak. How did you become a ninja? He asks sarcastically. In the stands, everyone is surprised because they expected Kiba's punch to hit Naruto, but they see that it didn't and that the Uzumaki left the dog boy on his knees. Kiba, shut up, he says, raising his fist and trying to punch the half-blonde boy in the chin, but the boy leans his upper body, dodging the attack. He quickly passes under the outstretched arm, delivering a precise blow to the boy's ribs, who screams in pain and steps back. Naruto, you're making too much noise, he says, still irritated by the boy. Kiba, don't think you're all that, you're still a loser, he says, annoyed by the Uzumaki's comments and in pain from the blow. In the stands, everyone is bewildered by the Uzumaki's comments and the fact that he can leave his opponent gasping for breath with just 2 blows. Then they see the Inuzuka pull some kind of pill from his bag and give it to his dog, causing the dog to turn red and suddenly transform into an exact copy of him. Kiba, I'm fed up with you, I'll defeat you, he says as he prepares to use his next technique, Gutsuga, Fong over Fong. He declares, and both he and his now transformed dog begin to spin and launch themselves at the Uzumaki. He raises an eyebrow at the attack. When the attack hits, a large cloud of dust rises. When it dissipates, everyone expects to see the Uzumaki on the ground, but they are surprised to see that this is not the case. The only ones seen are those who launched the attack, who are also bewildered. That is when a voice makes itself present and the Uzumaki is revealed, who is without a scratch and with a bored look. Naruto, that attack is no joke, he says disappointedly. You're no faster than me, he asserts, causing the Inuzuka to glare at him. Kiba, shut up. You're a loser, a failure, you're nobody, he shouts furiously, making both the Uzumaki sensei and partner look at him badly. I'm the baddest, you won't beat me, he says confidently and opens his mouth again to speak, but suddenly stops when he sees the Uzumaki in front of him. Naruto, how irritating you are. Shut up already? He says, already annoyed by the boy, and hits him on the neck with the back of his hand, causing him to fall unconscious. He turns his gaze to the transformed dog and in a quick movement knocks him out as well. Everyone is shocked by this because they all expected the fight to go the other way. But it didn't. Throughout the entire fight, Uzumaki held the advantage and remained calm at all times. And it wasn't just that. He displayed masterful dodging and counterattacking, as well as incredible speed, which no one else seemed to notice when he dodged the drill attack. Only his partner had anticipated something like this, given his behavior and the fact that she herself had witnessed him moving so fast she couldn't keep up. Hitaki was quite surprised, as those movements were nothing like what he remembered of his student, and even more so, the incredible speed he displayed reminded him of his sensei, the fourth Hokage. Everyone snapped out of their stupor upon hearing Hayate speak. Hayate, Kiba Inuzuka is unconscious. The winner of the fight is Naruto Uzumaki, he says while having a coughing fit. Uzumaki calmly climbs the stairs while everyone stares at him, but he doesn't care and stands next to his companion. Sakura, congratulations Naruto, you won. She congratulates with a smile. Naruto, it was nothing, he says, bored and disappointed by the fight. At Uzumaki's response, the dog boy's sensei frowned in annoyance, but even she realized that it was a fair fight and it was her student's fault for attacking recklessly. Kakashi, congratulations, Naruto, he says with his characteristic one-eyed smile to the Uzumaki, who looks at him and nods, trying to remember who this guy is who speaks to him with such familiarity. Meanwhile, the Hokage is also surprised by the growth of his adopted grandson. Meanwhile, everyone else who knows the half-blonde guy is still thinking about what happened. I never imagined Naruto could beat Kiba, she says, still impressed by the outcome of the fight, while looking at the Uzumaki who stares into space with an indifferent expression. Choji, he's gotten really strong, he says happily about his friend while continuing to eat his chips. Shikamaru, yes, and more troublesome, he says in a bored but also happy tone for the blonde. The fights continued after that. Shino Aburame, a boy with brown hair, dark glasses, and a coat that covered most of his face, fought against Zaku of the Sound, the ninja whose eyes Sasuke had broken. Even so, he fought on but ended up losing to Aburame. Hinata Hyuga, a shy girl with jet black hair and pearl eyes, faced her cousin Neji Hyuga, who emerged victorious and nearly killed her, were it not for the intervention of their sensei. The next fight was between Rock Lee, the boy in the green spandex, and Gaara, a boy from the sand village with red hair and aquamarine eyes. The fight was very even, and Lee managed to put a lot of pressure on Gaara, almost winning. But in the end, the boy's sand saved him, crushing both the boy in the spandex's left arm and leg. It nearly killed him, but his sensei, Might Guy, saved him. The last fight was between Choji and Dosu from Team Sound. The Sound Ninja won with one of his sonic punches. After the fights ended, Hayate explained that the third part of the exam would take place in a month to give the participants time to prepare. A draw was held to determine the order of the fights, resulting in first Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga, second Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara, third Shikamaru Nara versus Temari versus Dosu, 4th Shino Aburame versus Kankuro. After the draw results were announced, everyone retired to rest and prepare to begin their training the following day. Chapter 5, Conversation. A new day begins in the village hidden in the leaves. We see Sakura walking down one of the village's many streets, specifically towards Yamanaka Flower Shop. Upon entering, she sees her friend Ino at the counter. Ino, what are you doing here? Billboard forehead? She asks mockingly, trying to annoy the girl. Sakura, I came to buy some flowers, Ino pig, she says, responding to the mockery. I'm going to see Sasuke-kun at the hospital. What flowers can you offer me, Ino? Well, there are different kinds, she says as she leaves the counter and heads off to show them the different flowers. You could take roses, she suggests. Now that you mention it, I'll go and take her a red rose to show her my love, she says with a smile as she takes the flower in her hands, while the girl next to her makes a face. Sakura, well, I'll take him a daffodil, she says, grabbing the flower. I'll take it to him right now, she says, leaving the money and walking towards the door. Ino, oh no, I'm going too, she says, taking off her apron. Mom, I'm going out for a while, she shouts and walks to catch up with Sakura just as she stops. Sakura, I'd better take two, she says, picking up another daffodil. Ino, you'll bring her 2 flowers, you're so desperate, she says mockingly. Sakura, 1 for him and 1 for Lee, she says calmly, surprising Ino. They both leave the store and start walking towards the hospital. Then Sakura sees someone. Sakura, Naruto? She asks, watching him walk by. When she says this, he stops and turns to look at her. Naruto, hi, huh? he says, trying to remember the name. Sakura, Sakura, I'm Sakura, she says resignedly, acknowledging that her friend seems to have a memory problem. Naruto, oh yeah, right? He says neutrally. What did you want? He inquires, not knowing why he called him. Sakura? Nothing, I was just wondering what you were doing here, she clarifies. Naruto, nothing, just thinking, he says disinterestedly. Ino, you shouldn't be training for the exam, she says, joining the conversation. Naruto, and who are you? He inquires, not knowing who this girl is. Ino, idiot, how could you forget my name? She says, offended. Sakura, she's Ino Naruto, she says before the girl can make a scene. Naruto, well, he says, even though he knows he'll eventually forget it. Answering your question, that's exactly what I was thinking, he says, looking at Ino. Sakura, I'm sure Kakashi-sensei will help you, she says as she watches the Uzumaki adopt a thoughtful position. He's the man with silver hair. He wears a mask and is always reading an orange book, she adds, having guessed that her companion didn't know who she was referring to. Naruto, I think I saw him, he says as a bead of sweat appears on the girl's forehead. I didn't know he was the sensei, she says. I thought he was just some weird guy, she adds as the girl agrees he's right about that. Sakura, while you can come with us, we were going to see Sasuke-kun, she says, inviting him. Naruto, of course, I have nothing better to do, he says, starting to walk while the other two girls follow closely behind him. As they walked along, both Sakura and Ino noticed all the stares and were surprised. They had always thought Naruto was loud and mischievous, but he didn't deserve to be treated like that. Looking ahead, they realized he didn't seem to care. They soon arrive at the hospital, and both girls approach the receptionist to ask about the Uchiha and the boy in spandex. Naruto just stands there with a bored expression. Then someone appears before them. Kakashi, hey guys, he says, giving his characteristic one-eyed smile, before focusing on the Uzumaki. Naruto, he says his name to get his attention. I know you're here to talk about your training, he says, and the Uzumaki is confused. But I have things to take care of and I won't be able to train you. Upon hearing this, Sakura quickly deduces that her sensei is most likely referring to Sasuke when he mentions matters. She knows that the raven-haired boy's opponent is extremely dangerous, but she still finds it unfair that her sensei only trains Sasuke and leaves Naruto aside. Naruto, oh, it's okay, it doesn't matter, he says disinterestedly because he wasn't expecting this guy to train him either. Kakashi, but don't worry, I got someone to train you for the exam, he says while internally hoping his student would make a fuss. After saying this, a man appears next to Uzumaki. Kakashi, he will train you this month. Naruto, he says, looking at his student. Naruto, it's not necessary, he says, surprising the silver-haired man. Ebisu, of course it's necessary. Otherwise, how do you plan to defeat a prodigy like Hyuga? He says with a frown. Naruto, who are you? You seem familiar, he says as he notices the subject's strange aura. Clearly, he can't trust him. Well, never mind. Anyway, like I said, I don't need your help, he says. I appreciate it, but it's not necessary, he says indifferently, and his sensei is about to protest but is interrupted by the jade-eyed girl. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, we came to see Sasuke-kun, she says, changing the subject, knowing that her teammate will not change his mind. Kakashi, for now, Sasuke cannot receive visitors, he says, discouraging the girls. Naruto, in that case, I'll take my leave, he says as he starts to leave, leaving his sensei speechless. As they see Uzumaki leave, the girls follow him to ask him a few questions. Ino, Naruto, I think you should have accepted that guy to train you, she says, attracting the Uzumaki's attention. Otherwise, how will you win against that boy? Naruto, well, I'll train on my own, he says indifferently. Besides, that guy was strange. You can't trust him, he says, remembering the strange aura the guy gave off. Sakura, what do you mean? She inquires further. However, the boy doesn't care. You know it doesn't matter, she says, frustrated by her partner's attitude. Naruto, well, This is where we say goodbye, he says, disappearing. Ino, Sakura, what's wrong? She says, attracting the girl's attention. Sakura, I don't know, she says. During the exam we were inseparable from him, and when I returned, he was already behaving this way, she says, disconcerting the girl. After that, they both remain silent, and then they begin to walk. In a certain apartment, our protagonist is lying in bed. Suddenly, he feels as if someone has called him, and he closes his eyes. Upon reopening them, he finds himself in a void filled with an immense fog. He walks a little and sees it. Kyubi, we meet again, brat, he says with a sinister smile. The Uzumaki, on the other hand, finds the figure before him familiar, although he cannot remember. The last time we met was when the Uchiha was out of control, he says, ignoring the boy's thoughts. And by Uchiha I mean the raven-haired boy, he clarifies, knowing that his Jinchuriki cannot remember him. Naruto, oh yes, I remember, he says, slightly confused because for some strange reason he clearly remembers the fox. Kyubi, the reason you remember me is because I'm connected to your subconscious, he says, clarifying Uzumaki's doubts. As for why you can't remember the rest, he pauses. I think it was because of the snake venom from the exam, and the fact that you hit your head didn't help, he says, recalling the events. The venom paralyzed your nervous system, but you forced your body to keep going, and that had to have consequences, he says, considering the damage to the boy's head, not to mention the change in his chakra. All of that, and the fact that the boy suddenly remembered his entire sad life, acted as a trigger. Naruto, so at some point I'll be able to remember? He inquires. Kyubi says mockingly, maybe yes, maybe no, even though he himself is wondering about it. Naruto, well, if there's nothing more to say, I'll be going, he says as he disappears into the mist. This only leaves the question unanswered. Will Naruto be able to recover his memories? Chapter 6. Neji Hyuga vs. Naruto Uzumaki. It's been a month since the preliminaries. We are at the Leaf Village Stadium, where the third part of the exam will take place. All the villagers are in the stands, and in the box are the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and next to him the Kazekage, both silently waiting for the exam to begin. This happens and we can see Genma Shiranui in the center of the arena preparing to speak. Genma, all right, the exam will begin, he says casually. The first fight will be Neji Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki. Both of you come down to the arena, he says as the Hyuga quickly positions himself at one end of the arena, but there is no sign of the Uzumaki. Seeing this, he speaks again. Naruto Uzumaki, come down right now or you will be disqualified, he exclaims, hoping that the boy will appear, but he doesn't. In the stands we can see Sakura Haruno, who is worried about her two teammates, since she hasn't seen either of them for a month and now Naruto is missing and is about to be disqualified. Ino, billboard forehead, where is that idiot Naruto? Why isn't he showing up? She asks while looking at the girl. Sakura, I don't know, Ino pig, she says while internally pleading for her partner to appear. In the arena, Hyuga stands with an arrogant and overbearing smile on his face. Neji, it's more than obvious that he won't come. He was surely afraid to face me, he says arrogantly. Genma, since Naruto Uzumaki doesn't show up, there's no other option but to rest. He is interrupted when a figure leans on the railing from the stands and jumps, landing on its feet in the sand. This is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, and true to his reputation as the #1 ninja at surprising people, he looks completely different. Now he wears a navy blue uniform tied with a gray belt that holds a katana, loose at the sleeves and ankles, covering them almost entirely. His hair, now long and falling to his mid-back with two strands framing his face, is red and fades to black. His eyes remain a very deep violet blue color. Naruto, sorry for the delay. I got distracted by something, he says indifferently, not caring much about it. Genma, you're Naruto Uzumaki? He inquires, surprised that the boy looks completely different from what he was told. Naruto, yes, why? He inquires, not knowing the reason for the question. Genma, I was just making sure, he says dismissively. Since you're here, the fight will begin, he adds, and sees the Uzumaki stand in front of the Hyuga. Neji, so you decided to show up, huh? he says with an arrogant smile. You could have saved yourself the trouble. After all, your destiny is to be defeated by me. He says, trying to provoke the boy. Why don't you just give up so you don't make a fool of yourself? He adds, looking at the Uzumaki who stares at him indifferently. Naruto, hey, will you shut up already? You're irritating. He says while thinking that every time he has to fight it's with someone who won't shut up. At the redhead's response, the pearl-eyed man clenches his teeth and frowns, realizing that there's no point in trying to provoke him. In the stands, everyone is looking at Uzumaki, mostly those who know him. Ino, is that Naruto? She asks, stunned by the radical change. Sakura, yes, that's right, she says, knowing that only her partner acts that way. Choji, it never ceases to amaze me, he says as he puts a handful of potatoes in his mouth. Lee, the flames of Naruto-kun's youth are burning bright, he says euphorically, followed by his sensei. Guy, that's right, Lee, he says with the same enthusiasm as his student. I expected nothing less from the student of my great rival, he adds, his eyes blazing. Before they can continue, Kurenai interrupts them. Kurenai, is that a katana he's carrying? She asks, observing the boy. At the question, everyone's gaze is fixed on the Uzumaki. Shikamaru, yes, it is, he says in a bored tone. How troublesome, he adds, and now everyone has a drop of sweat on the back of their neck. Kiba, I bet she doesn't even know how to use it, he says, although internally he knows that's not the case. Asuma? Well, we'll soon find out, he says as he exhales a puff of smoke from his tobacco and sees that the fight is about to begin. On the sand, Genma, all right, the fight is about to begin, he says while looking around at both boys to see if they are ready. All right, Hajime, he says and walks away so that both boys can get ready. Neji, I warned you, I won't be responsible for what happens to you, he says as he falls into the gentle fist stance. In response, the Uzumaki just stares at him. The Hyuga quickly lunges towards the Uzumaki with his right palm extended and aimed at his face. Just as he's about to strike, the redhead raises his right hand and deflects the attack upwards, something the pearl-eyed boy didn't expect, causing him to hesitate. At that moment, the Uzumaki takes advantage and strikes with his left fist. However, the boy quickly regains his focus and grabs the hand that deflected the attack, using it as a point of support to jump and land behind the Uzumaki. Still holding the hand, intending to pull and throw his opponent more quickly, he realizes he can't even budge him. In that moment, the roles reverse, and the redhead grabs the Hyuga's hand and begins to spin on his axis, still holding the boy's hand, before throwing him. Due to the force gathered during the spin when throwing the boy, he is launched but recovers in the air and manages to land with his feet on the ground, skidding a little. Neji, you're not as bad as I thought, but I'll win anyway, he says with a confident smile. Destiny has decided it so, he adds as he attacks the redhead again. Blow after blow, but none manage to hit him, as the Uzumaki deflects each and everyone with great speed and precision. In the stands, everyone is amazed by the incredible display of strength. On one side are those who know Uzumaki, astonished by his precision and speed, and on the other side are Hyuga's teammates, equally amazed that the redhead can keep up with his teammate. Tenten, Guy-sensei, she says to get her teacher's attention. Because Neji's attack isn't working, even if the other boy blocks it, it shouldn't also cause him harm, she says confused. Guy, that's the thing, Tenten, he says as he turns to look at his student. Young Naruto isn't blocking the attacks, he says, confusing those present. Lee, what does Guy-sensei mean? Ino, if he doesn't block them, what does he do? She asks, just as confused as the others. Guy, like I said, he's not blocking them, he says, and everyone waits for him to continue. Rather, he's deflecting them, he adds, only managing to confuse them more. When the attacks are about to hit, he uses the force of the attack itself to deflect it to another point. He clarifies, and the Jonin quickly grasp it, but the Genin don't. Let's just say that instead of blocking the attack, he sends it somewhere else, he says simply so they understand. But, he says again, drawing everyone's attention, doing so isn't very easy, especially with the speed Neji possesses. That means young Naruto must have incredible speed and precision. He concludes, astonishing the genin, Shikamaru. As always, troublesome. He says, bored but internally amazed. On the sand, we see Hyuga panting slightly while Naruto seems quite cool. Naruto, your speed is amazing, as is your accuracy, he says, as a compliment. However, the pearl-eyed boy doesn't take it that way. Neji, I congratulate you for getting this far, but you won't achieve anything, he says, still confident in his ability. Naruto, no matter how much you say that, you're the one who won't achieve anything, he says, and the Hyuga makes a face. Neji, from now on I'll be serious, you'd better be serious too, he says, getting into his stance. Naruto, very well, if that's what you want, I'll do it, he says while looking at the Hyuga. Who will be the winner? We'll just have to wait and see. Chapter 7. Kasumi Kenjutsu. In the stadium of the Hidden Leaf Village, we can see that the fight between the Hyuga and the Uzumaki continues. Both combatants give no quarter in their attacks. On one hand, the Hyuga launches attacks with the speed of a machine gun. However, the Uzumaki deflects them all with total speed, precision, and firmness. The pearl-eyed boy throws a kick aimed at the redhead's head, but the Uzumaki ducks under the attack, grabs the boy's ankle, and pulls him down. However, the pearl-eyed boy uses this as leverage, kicks the Uzumaki in the chest, and leaps to a safe distance from him. Neji, it seems you can no longer keep up, he says confidently. But don't worry, it will all be over soon because… He pauses, changing his stance. You are within my divination circle, he says as he advances, standing in front of the Uzumaki. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He chants as he delivers the first blow to the Uzumaki, followed by another, 2 palms, 2 more blows, 4 palms, 4 more blows, 8 palms, 8 more blows, 16 palms, 16 more blows, 32 palms, 32 more blows, 64 palms. He finishes and an arrogant smile rises across his face, but it immediately vanishes as he sees the Uzumaki's figure disappear, which disconcerts him. Just then, he hears a voice behind him. Naruto, that attack was amazing, he says in a totally sincere compliment. The fact that you can cause so much damage with just a touch of your palm is incredible, he adds. But you're not faster than me, he assures. In the stands, Ino, how the hell did Naruto do that? She says, very confused, since like everyone else they thought the attacks hit him. But apparently that wasn't the case. He simply vanished into thin air and appeared somewhere else. Sakura, was that genjutsu? She asks, but then she sees Kurenai shaking her head. Lee, do you know what Gai-sensei did? He asks his teacher. Gai, yes, I know, he says, smiling and impressed by the boy's skill. Tenten, can you tell us? She asks. Gai, well, you see, he says, drawing the attention of those present. When someone moves fast enough, they can separate the visible spectrum of their body from the real spectrum, he says, preparing to speak again. In other words, when you move very fast, all that remains is an afterimage. It's like a mirage, he says, and everyone is amazed by what he said. Tenten, that means Neji was hitting his afterimage, she concludes, and her sensei nods enthusiastically. Gai, their flames of youth burn bright, he says cheerfully, and his student joins him. On the sand, Neji, what you did was very surprising, he says honestly. However, destiny has chosen me. He is interrupted because the Uzumaki appears in front of him with his fist raised. Naruto, do you never stop talking? He says, irritated by his opponent's constant monologues. The redhead begins a rapid succession of blows that Hyuga can barely block. Overwhelmed by the attacks, he decides to use another of his techniques. Neji, Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation, he says, and begins to spin on his axis and expel chakra from his palms, creating a barrier around him. Seeing that the Uzumaki backs away, Neji, this defense is perfect and there's no way you can get through it, he says as he stops spinning. Naruto, true, the technique is incredible, but… He pauses and the Hyuga looks at him. I wouldn't call it perfect, he says, and the pearl-eyed man raises an eyebrow in doubt. The fact is, you need time to be able to spin and expel your chakra, he explains. Neji, what are you trying to say? He inquires. Naruto. To perform the technique, you concentrate your chakra in your palms and expel it while spinning. However, it takes time to do so, he explains, and the pearl-eyed boy looks at him surprised by the speed of his reasoning. And you won't always have the necessary time, he concludes. In the stands, Shikamaru, what he says is true. He nods in agreement with the redhead's reasoning. Everyone looked at him curiously because he said it completely seriously. They were about to ask, but then they heard Uzumaki continue talking. In the arena, Naruto, you're very strong, he says, looking at the boy in front of him. But as interesting as this fight has been, he pauses, bringing his right hand to the hilt of his katana. It's time for it to end, he says as he slowly unsheathes his sword and holds it with both hands, swinging it to his right side and leaning against it as he speaks. Kasumi Kenjutsu, Art of the Mist Sword, he intones. With great speed, he appears in front of the Hyuga and swings the katana in an upward slash, vanishing before the boy's eyes. The only thing the boy feels is as if he's been touched by morning dew, and that's when he hears a small whisper, Kasumi no Ro, Miss Dew. It is then that the Uzumaki appears behind him, crouching with one knee on the ground and still with the katana extended upwards. And before everyone's eyes, a large number of cuts appear on the pearl-eyed man's body, causing him to collapse to his knees. Even so, he feels no pain, yet he is unable to move. In the stands, Kurenai, did Kasumi just say Kenjutsu? She says, shocked by the boy's display of skill. Asuma? I've never heard of anything like that, he says, taking out another cigarette because the one he had fell out of shock. Guy, pretty incredible, he says, impressed. Ino, who would have thought Naruto could win? She says with a slight smile. Choji? It's true, he's become very strong, he says happily. Shikamaru? Yes, and more troublesome, he adds with a happy smile for his friend. On the sand, we can see the medical team taking Hyuga to the hospital. Gemma. Neji Hyuga can't continue fighting. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone cheers, but Uzumaki watches them indifferently, not caring. He sheathes his katana, walks toward the wall, jumps, lands on one foot on the railing, spins around, and lands facing the railing. Sakura, congratulations Naruto, you won. She congratulates with a smile. Naruto, thanks, he says disinterestedly. Lee, well done Naruto-kun, your flames of youth burn, he says, raising his thumb and smiling. Asuma, you did well, he says, exhaling a puff of cigarette smoke. Who taught you Kenjutsu? He inquires, knowing that Kakashi is not exactly a swordsman. Naruto, I taught myself, he says dismissively. Kurenai, it's not possible to learn Kenjutsu on your own, she says, thinking the boy is just bragging. Naruto, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but that's what I did, he says indifferently. Given this, they decide not to ask any more questions and to interrogate Kakashi later. Naruto, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going, he says and disappears in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone still confused. How did Naruto learn Kenjutsu? Where did that unknown style come from? These are just some of the questions that remain unanswered. Maybe we'll find out someday. Chapter 8. Arena vs. Mist. After the Uzumaki fight, the next one was Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. However, the Uchiha had not yet appeared, so the Hokage, at the insistence of the Kazekage, decided to move the fight to the third round. Due to that decision, the fight between Shikamaru Nara and Temari was moved up. It was quite an interesting fight. Thanks to Temari's mastery of wind release, she managed to put Shikamaru in a difficult position, but in the end, thanks to his ingenuity and intelligence, the tide turned, bringing Shikamaru close to victory. However, he surrendered, stating that he didn't have enough chakra to continue, and therefore the victory was awarded to Temari. Despite being given more than enough time, the Uchiha failed to appear, and the Hokage disqualified him, despite the Kazekage's insistence. Sarutobi stood firm, explaining that punctuality was of utmost importance to a ninja and that his behavior was unacceptable. removing him from the exam. Therefore, due to that action, the ensuing fight was between Shino Aburame and Kankuro. However, Kankuro surrendered without further ado, granting Aburame the victory. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki will now face Gaara. The Sand Ninja quickly descended in a Shushin, instant transmission, and appeared in the arena, while the Uzumaki reappeared, leaping from the stands and standing before the Sand Ninja with his indifferent expression. Genma, seeing them ready, placed himself between them and spoke. Genma, well, since you're all ready, he says, and Gaara stares intently at the Uzumaki, who looks at him with disinterest. Haji. He is interrupted by a burst of smoke right in the middle of the arena. As the smoke clears, Kakashi Hatake can be seen as always reading his orange book, along with Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi, we apologize for the delay, he says disinterestedly. We're late, he asks, and Genma makes a face. Genma, obviously, he says irritably to the silver-haired jounin. Sasuke Uchiha was disqualified. The boy looks at him with surprise and anger, while the jounin stares at him without saying anything. So please leave the arena, he asks, looking at them, but the raven-haired boy starts to protest. Sasuke, you can't do this to me, he says furiously, but his sensei holds him by the shoulder. Genma, if you disagree, go and talk to the Hokage, he says sternly. Kakashi, I'm sorry Sasuke, he says as he looks at his student. There's nothing that can be done now, he says resignedly, and gives a look to his other student, surprised by his appearance. Sasuke, he sneers furiously and starts walking towards the stairs, followed by his sensei. In the stands, both Uchiha and Hatake arrive and stand next to their companions. Sasuke sits silently next to Sakura, still upset. The girl sees him and prepares to say something, but then Naruto's words reach her, and she starts to analyze and realizes that being disqualified was her fault and her sensei's. So she decides to remain silent, while the silver-haired man stands next to the other jounin. Asuma, this time you really went too far, Kakashi, he says, taking a drag on his cigarette. Kakashi, I know, he says, slightly irritated. But then he looks towards the arena and sees Naruto with concern. Even so, I'm worried about Naruto. I don't think he can handle Gaara, he states, and the other jounin frown as he was openly expressing that he didn't have confidence in his student. Sasuke, of course he won't be able to, he says, still annoyed. Sakura is somewhat annoyed that they don't trust Naruto at all. She knows Gaara is very dangerous, but she still believes Naruto has a chance. Guy, you should trust your student more, he says unusually seriously, and the silver-haired man looks confused and was about to ask. But then they hear Ganma on the sand. Genma, all right, it's time, he says. Hajime. He finishes and steps back so the fight can begin. As large quantities of sand approach Uzumaki at great speed, he unsheathes his katana, quickly slashing through the sand. In the stands, Kakashi, a katana? He says, surprised. Asuma, we were hoping you would tell us who taught him, she says, observing the silver-haired man. Faced with that, the silver-haired man remains silent, knowing that he never helped Naruto. Guy, you didn't train young Naruto, did you? He says, and Hatake remains silent, agreeing with him. That was a very unyouthful act on your part, he says, disappointed by his rival's behavior. Upon hearing this, the other jounin immediately frowned in annoyance and now understood why Uzumaki said he trained himself. Total narration means that it will be narrated without specifying whether it refers to the stands or the arena. The Uzumaki moves at surprising speeds, appearing right in front of Gaara and swings his katana, aiming for his neck, but the sand reacts and protects him while pushing the Uzumaki, whose sword is now stuck in the sand. The red-haired Uzumaki is pushed upwards by the sand, where more sand begins to converge and trap him. Seeing that, everyone becomes worried, especially when they see the redhead from the arena raise his hand to execute his technique. Sakura screams in fear, Naruto! Her sensei is also terrified, and even Naruto looks worried. However, his concern quickly turns to amazement, as the redhead begins to clench his hand into a fist, preparing to unleash his technique. He sees several flashes erupt from the mass of sand that imprisoned the Uzumaki. The sand is sliced into fragments, and the redhead lands on his feet with a bored expression. "Naruto, you won't defeat me so easily," he asserts. The red-haired man from the sand begins to launch large amounts of sand like torpedoes, but the Uzumaki doesn't even flinch. Instead, he swings his katana to his left side, the tip pointing backward and downward. Kasumi Kinjutsu. He begins to recite as he advances toward his opponent at great speed, leaving a thick mist in his wake. He deftly cuts through all the sand attacks and positions himself in front of his adversary. Kao no Umi, Sea of Mist. He finishes reciting and swings the katana toward his neck, forcing the red-haired man to replace his sand, reappearing elsewhere. "Naruto, you dodged it," he says as he looks at his opponent. "But I won't fail again," he assures, pointing his katana at him. "Gaara, that attack," he thinks as he watches the Uzumaki. "If he hadn't replaced me, he would have cut off my head." A deranged look takes over his face and he prepares to attack again. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki-sensei was astonished by his student. His speed, his great mastery with the katana, and what was that mist? And what was that style of kenjutsu? "Sasuke, Tage, how the hell did that idiot do that?" he says, impressed and furious. "Neji, it's his own chakra," he says, appearing. Everyone turns to look at the Hyuga. "Tenten, Neji, why aren't you resting?" she asks worriedly. "Neji, I'm fine, I don't need to rest," he assures. "Asuma, what do you mean by his chakra?" he inquires, unsure of what he means. "Neji, it's like I said, it's his chakra," he says. Everyone looks at him expectantly. "His chakra is behaving strangely," he says, and the silver-haired man frowns. "It's as if his own chakra were mist," he says, and everyone is confused. The Uzumaki once again appears in front of the sand boy, but the latter envelopes himself in a large dome of sand, and the Uzumaki is hit by a mass of sand that sends him flying backwards. "Sasuke, Tsh, he's a fool," he says irritably. "Guy, it was a direct hit," he says. "Kuranai, it was," she nods in agreement. "Asuma, but Naruto doesn't even look hurt," he says, having observed that the Uzumaki didn't even change his expression or show any sign of pain. And before anyone else can speak, they see Uzumaki recover in midair and spin around, leaning against the wall of the arena. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu, begins to chant, and with his feet on the wall, he propels himself towards the sand dome, and when he is in front of it, he releases an avalanche of cuts so fast that the only thing that was seen was the reflection of the light on the blade of his sword, surrounded by a large mass of mist. Kasumi no Nakamitsu, light in the mist. He finishes chanting and all the cuts materialize, spreading through the sand dome, and it explodes from the force of the cuts. The redhead was also hit by the cuts and is now bleeding. "Gaara? This is? He stammers with a horrified expression. "It's my own blood!" he exclaims with a deranged grimace, and the sand begins to surround him, closing his wounds, while the right side of his body now resembles that of a sand raccoon, and a tail moves on his back. Faced with this sudden event, all the spectators begin to shout. "What is that thing? It's a phenomenon." The redhead, now transformed, clutches his head as he hears the screams. He flies into a rage and, with a flick of his arm, which now resembles a claw, fires sand bullets at high speed at those present. However, the Uzumaki doesn't allow it and leaps upward, bracing himself against the railing while cutting through the sand bullets. Seeing this, the sand ninja begins firing more sand bullets at the spectators. But Uzumaki runs along the railing at great speed, cutting the bullets, and finally positions himself in front of his companions, deflecting the incoming blasts. Both the Jounin and Genin are amazed by the Uzumaki's incredible speed and great agility. "Naruto, it looks very grotesque," he comments, still standing on the railing and looking at the transformed redhead. Before anyone can say anything to him about it, he starts talking. "Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu," he says, and launches himself from the railing into the arena and towards his opponent, and swings his katana, cutting the sand claw while leaving a trail of mist. "Kasumajiri, mist slash." He finishes intoning behind his adversary. However, the arm quickly regenerates, and the boy turns to look at him with a crazed expression. Gaara, you will not end my existence, he exclaims forcefully, and the Uzumaki looks at him without knowing what he is talking about. It is then that a massive amount of sand begins to gather around the boy and starts to grow and take the shape of a giant raccoon with Gaara on its head, who makes a hand sign and falls unconscious. From the stands, everyone shudders at the sight of the large figure made of sand. But before they can do anything, feathers begin to fall, causing all the spectators to fall asleep. In the Hokage's box, the Kazekage grabs him by the neck, and from the shadows emerge four peculiar-looking boys who position themselves at the four corners, make hand seals, and create a purple barrier. Inside the barrier, the Kazekage reveals himself to be Orochimaru. Hiruzen. So it's been you all along, he says seriously. Orochimaru, I miss Sarutobi-sensei, he says spitefully while hissing like a snake. Meanwhile, in the arena of the stadium, the great sand figure, revealing itself as the Ichibi, one-tailed beast, roars. Ichibi, I'm finally free, he exclaims euphorically and looks at all the people in the stadium and opens his mouth to perform one more attack. However, the Uzumaki appears in front of him and brandishes the katana, launching a cut at his head. However, it does not cause as much damage as he expected, and he is sent flying by an air bullet launched by the great beast. All the Jonin are shocked by the event, but they can do nothing as they are attacked from all sides by Sand and Sound Ninja. They see the beast raise its arm and are terrified, but then they see the arm severed and explode, and there they see Uzumaki fall back into the arena. Naruto, this just escalated to new levels, he says while observing the Ichibi. But what is that? He wonders internally, and surprisingly, his question is answered. Kyubi, that's Shikaku, he says from the boy's mind. The one-tailed bijou, he adds, and the Uzumaki narrows his eyes slightly at that. Let's see what you can do, brat, he says, laughing wickedly. The Uzumaki charges at the beast, launching great cuts trying not to give it time to attack, but he is still hit by a large mass of sand. However, he falls to the sand with blood running down the right side of his face, but he shows no sign of pain. Ichibi, why don't you just die, brat? He says furiously to the boy. You're detestable, he exclaims again. You're nobody, you're worthless, he shouts, thinking who that boy thinks he is to get in his way. Upon hearing the beast's screams, the Uzumaki freezes, and the words begin to echo in his mind. Naruto, someone already said something similar to me. He thinks his words come to mind. You're a demon? Why don't you just die? And stop bothering me. You're worthless and you're nobody and you never will be. The words bounce around in his mind and the image of a silhouette appears. It was a woman, he says, remembering. An old woman, he adds. She looked at me with disgust and repulsion. He remembers a place, a cold and dark place, where there was only silence and solitude. But who was she? He asks, sinking into the deep emptiness of his mind. I can't remember anymore. He was so submerged that he didn't realize that large amounts of sand were beginning to envelop him from head to toe. Everyone, seeing this, desperately tries to help him, but they can't if they don't neutralize the invading ninjas. These could kill the spectators. All the genin who were able to resist the genjutsu also tried to reach the Uzumaki, but they couldn't either. Everyone shouts, Naruto, trying to get him to react. The sand around the Uzumaki begins to exert pressure. However, the sand explodes with a powerful horizontal cut, and the Uzumaki is freed and brandishes his katana in front of him. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Ado Takina Shirjima, Satsumikomu Kasumi, awesome silence, enveloping mist. He recites and a great mist envelopes him and the Ichibi. Ichibi, what is this? He says, looking at the mist and searching around for the Uzumaki. However, he cannot see him, and before he can do anything, the one he was looking for appears at the level of his head with his legs drawn up and with the katana in his right hand and pointing to the left. When the Ichibi opens its mouth intending to fire one of its air bullets, the Uzumaki brandishes the katana and disappears from his sight, reappearing behind him crouching with one knee on the ground, his left hand in the sheath of his sword, his right hand with the katana extended towards his side, and his eyes closed. It is when he stands up and sheathes his katana that the fog disperses and the figure of the Ichibi bursts into 100 cuts. The red-haired man from the sand falls to the ground with a thud, turning his gaze to Uzumaki, who looks at him with his stoic expression. Everyone is astonished as the Uzumaki practically defeated a tailed beast. The boy who once had a deranged look now has a fearful look. The Uzumaki calmly walks towards the redhead and crouches down when he reaches his side. And then, to be continued, who was that woman in Naruto's memories? What was that place? Perhaps we'll soon find out. Chapter 9. Serenity. After Uzumaki was able to defeat the Ichibi and Gaara collapsed on the ground, he slowly approached and knelt down next to him. Gaara, you will not extinguish my existence, he says with a certain fear. Naruto, hey, I don't know what you're talking about, he says, confused. They both stand there observing each other until the kanji-shaped mark on the redhead's forehead catches Naruto's attention. He raises his hand and touches the mark with his index and middle fingers, causing the redhead to tense up. The Uzumaki's hand glows in a very faint blue. In Gaara's subconscious, we see a large raccoon grumbling until he notices a kind of fog has begun to envelop him. He tries to dispel it, but he cannot. Then he feels his power begin to weaken, and that's when he tries even harder to push the fog away. But then he hears someone speaking to him. Kyubi, you won't succeed, he says, observing the desert raccoon. Ichibi, what are you doing here, you stupid fox? He shouts. Kyubi, lower your voice, stupid tanuki, he says, huffing at the commotion. And well, it seems my Jinchuriki has established some kind of connection with yours, he explains. Ichibi, yeah, whatever, he says, and the fox rolls his eyes. What is this fog? He inquires. Kyubi, it's my Jinchuriki's chakra, he says. You know the redhead who just kicked your butt, he says mockingly, happy that his container defeated the tanuki. Ichibi, shut up, he says furiously at the fox's taunts. And tell your useless Jinchuriki to get this damn fog out of here, he says, thinking of the boy. Kyubi, it's funny you call him useless, but he managed to beat you? Where does that leave you? He asks, still mocking the other Bijou. Ichibi, shut up, you stinky fox, he exclaims, and receives a laugh from the fox. Kyubi, likewise, you will not be able to dispel this fog, he asserts, becoming serious. The boy's chakra is the same as that man's. Ichibi, you're not talking about, doesn't finish the sentence. Kyubi, yes, the boy's chakra has the same peculiarity as Hashirama's, he assures, surprising the one-tailed beast. Ichibi, how is that possible? He says, knowing what that implies. Kyubi, I don't know for sure, he says thoughtfully. The connection is being lost, he reports. See you later, Shikaku, he says, waving goodbye, and the raccoon just snorts. Shikaku, foolish fox, he says while showing a very slight smile as the mist envelopes him. Outside of the subconscious, we can see Uzumaki withdraw his hand from the redhead's mark, and the latter is surprised that he no longer hears that voice in his head. From the stands, the redhead's brothers jump up to defend him, but they stop when they see his calm expression. Naruto, they look worried, he says, observing the boy's brothers. Upon hearing this, Gaara turns around and sees his brothers, who indeed look worried. It's then that he realizes they've always been there for him, but he simply refused to acknowledge them. The redhead turns and sees the Uzumaki. Gaara, thank you, he says, catching the boy's attention. Naruto, you don't have to, he says. You should leave so you don't get involved in all of this, he suggests, looking at the boy. Temari, we will, she says as she approaches with Kankuro, and they both lift Gaara up. Gaara, seriously, thank you, he says again, flashing a small smile that surprises his brothers. The three brothers retreat and begin to move forward through the forest. Gaara, Temari Kankuro, he says, attracting his brother's attention. I'm sorry, he says, and his brothers are surprised by that. Kankuro, don't worry Gaara, he says, and the three continue walking. As we watch Uzumaki jump across rooftops, eliminating all the invading ninjas, he sees a large snake, and the decision is made to go in that direction. We can see some wounded ninjas on the ground and the great snake approaching. They prepare for their end, however. A figure falls from above and positions itself in front of them. Naruto, don't move, you may have internal injuries, he says, holding his katana to his head. They are about to yell at the boy to leave, but before they can speak, they see that the snake is about to reach them. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu. He intones and swings his sword to the right, placing 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. He runs forward while holding his sword with both hands on his right side. When he is in front, he jumps up and swings the katana towards the snake, but it disappears and the only thing that impacts it is a current of fog. Naruto, Kasumi no Nakamitsu, light in the mist. He says, appearing behind the snake, and out of nowhere some flashes appear on the snake's body and before everyone's eyes the snake is torn to pieces. Next to Naruto appears a man with several scars on his face. Ibiki, well done, lad, he congratulated, quite impressed that the boy was able to kill the snake when several of his soldiers were unable to do so. The Uzumaki only sees him for a moment and then continues on his way. The invasion happened and left great losses, not only material but also lives. Among them was that of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. That is why the village is in mourning today and a ceremony will be held to honor all the lives lost. What is the quality that Naruto's chakra and the 1st Hokage's chakra share? What will happen from now on? We don't know yet, but we'll find out soon. Chapter 10. Encounter. The Leaf Village, one of the largest shinobi villages, is now recovering after the invasion by the Sand and Sound villages. Many lives were lost in the invasion, including that of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who gave his life to expel the Sanin Orochimaru from his village and to seal his arms, thus removing his ability to use ninjutsu. With the loss of their Hokage, the village is on high alert and the High Command is deliberating who will be the next Hokage. This brings us to the meeting currently taking place on one of Konoha's many terraces. There we find Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha, 2 of the Hokage's advisors, and we can also see the Toad Sanin Jiraiya. Hamura, you are the most suitable to take the position, he says, already a little irritated by the Sanin's reluctance. Jiraiya, I will not take the position, he says sternly, and the advisors sigh. It seems you're forgetting that we are 3 Sanin, he says, flashing a smile. Both advisors look at each other, knowing what he is talking about. Koharu, and you think he'll accept? She inquires with a frown. He hasn't been back to the village in years, she adds, looking at the white-haired man and seeing his smile widen. Jiraiya, believe me, I can convince her, he says smiling, and the advisors analyze him for a moment. Hamura, very well, you will go and find her and try to convince her, she says, and the Sanin nods. If you fail, you will have to take the position, she concludes, and the Sanin makes a face but continues smiling. Koharu, take a Chunin team, she says. Jiraiya, that won't be necessary, he says, and the advisors know what he means. Although, he speaks again, attracting the attention of the elders. I would like to take someone with me, he says, smiling and thinking of someone. Koharu, who? She inquires, and the Sanin smile is pleased to see that he got his way. Jiraiya, I'm talking about. Elsewhere in the village we see Sakura Haruno leaving her house carrying a large basket. As he walks, he thinks about everything that has happened recently, and all his thoughts quickly turn to his red-haired companion. Interestingly, this same person happens to be passing by, and that's when the pink-haired girl sees him and calls him over. Sakura, Naruto, she says to attract his attention. The Uzumaki stops and turns around looking at the girl who called him and who is now approaching. Naruto, oh, it's you, he says expressionlessly, and the girl smiles nervously at her friend's attitude. What are you carrying there? She inquires, looking at the basket. Sakura, oh, these are sweets that my mom sent me to deliver, she says, opening the basket to show the boy the sweets. Want some? She offers gently as she takes out a stick with some dangos. Naruto, sure, he says, taking the sweets and putting one of the dangos in his mouth. They're delicious. Thank you, he says, looking at the girl who smiles. Sakura, you're welcome, she says, closing the basket. Will you come with me to carry the rest? She asks. Naruto, sure, why not? He says nonchalantly as he continues eating. They both start walking through the village and the girl again notices the stares directed at her companion. At that moment, a tall man with long, spiky white hair, with a band that says oil on his forehead, stands in front of them. Jiraiya, I was looking for you, he says, looking at the redhead. He seems a little surprised, as he remembered him as blonde. Sakura, were you looking for Naruto? She inquires, and the white-haired boy nods. Naruto, who are you? He inquires, not knowing the subject and not knowing why he is looking for him. Jiraiya, he says with a smile, jumping back. In a puff of smoke, a toad appears, and he stands on it, striking a pose. I am one of the 3 legendary Sanin, the toad Sanin, he says, continuing to pose on the toad. Sage of Mount Mayaboku. He pauses, changing his pose. I am Jiraiya the Gallant, he concludes with a smile. Upon his introduction, the boys simply stood there watching him. The pink-haired girl smiled nervously, thinking how ridiculous that was, but kept it to herself. Her partner, on the other hand, Naruto, that was a ridiculous presentation, he says honestly, and the Sanin falls backward while the girl lets out a small laugh at her friend's great honesty. Anyway, why were you looking for me? She says and gives the Sanin an inquisitive look. Jiraiya, we have been entrusted with a mission, he says, still feeling indignant about what the boy said. Naruto, a mission? He asks and the Sanin nods. What is it about? He inquires. Jiraiya, we have to go find someone, he says. I'll see you at the village entrance in 15 minutes. He adds and disappears in a puff of smoke. Naruto, I guess I have to go, he says and turns to the girl. I won't be able to accompany you. I'm sorry, he says, and the girl shakes her head. Sakura, don't worry, she says, and the Uzumaki nods and turns to leave. Good luck with the mission, she concludes, and the Uzumaki disappears in a blink. At the entrance to the village, the Sanin awaits the boy. Jiraiya, he's changed quite a bit, he thinks as he remembers the boy. He also recalls that his sensei had described him as a cheerful, joking, boisterous, and mischievous boy, but the boy he saw today doesn't fit that description at all. What could have happened to him? He asks mentally, but he doesn't know the answer. He also remembers something important. He's become quite strong, he thinks with a smile, remembering that the boy was able to defeat the One-Tail, take down many of the invading ninja, and even destroy the giant snake all by himself. He snaps out of his thoughts when he senses someone approaching and then sees Uzumaki arrive. Naruto, I'm here, he announces, looking at the white-haired man. Jiraiya, all right, let's go, he exclaims happily. Both he and the Uzumaki begin walking away from the village and disappearing into the distance. Chapter 11. Dangerous Visitors. In one of the rooms of a small hotel, we can see Naruto sitting on the edge of the bed and maintaining a thoughtful expression. Naruto, that jutsu, he says as he remembers. Flashback. We can see Jiraiya the Sanin walking through the streets of a village with Naruto by his side. They both walk until the Sanin stops in front of a small establishment and goes inside, followed by the Uzumaki. Inside, it's revealed to be a bar. The white-haired man approaches the counter where a gentleman is serving to ask something, while the Uzumaki stands there with an indifferent expression as always. Then he sees the Sanin return and sit down on one of the sofas in the place while pouring himself some sake. Jiraiya, I wonder where he is? He says, puzzled by the Uzumaki. But then a man bumps into the redhead, causing him to spill his drink on himself. The man gets angry and demands payment for the damage to his suit, claiming it's worth 1,000 ryo. However, the Sanin says no suit can be worth that much. That's when the man's bodyguards tell him he should be careful because his boss was a chunin from the village hidden in the rocks. The man attacks Jiraiya, but Jiraiya sees him smiling and raises his hand, creating a chakra sphere. When the attack approaches, the white-haired man dodges it and the sphere impacts the man's stomach, causing him to be launched and crash into one of the fair stalls. The Uzumaki raises an eyebrow at the interesting attack. End of flashback. QB, you should learn it, he says from the boy's mind. Naruto enters his subconscious, appearing in front of the great fox. Naruto, you think so? He inquires, and the fox smiles, seeing that the boy respects him and values his opinion to some extent. Kyuubi, that jutsu is nothing more than a vile imitation of the Bijidama, tailed beast bomb. But since you can't use it, that technique will suffice, he says, looking at the boy. Naruto, but how do I learn it? He asks. Kyuubi, all you have to do is concentrate a lot of chakra in the palm of your hand and spin it at high speed. Once you've done that, you hit the target with the attack, he explains, and the Uzumaki nods in agreement. But then the fox gets serious and the redhead looks at him confused. Kyuubi, they're coming. There are 2 of them and they're dangerous, he says to alert his Jinchuriki, knowing that even though he is very skilled, he will not be able to defeat those individuals. Uzumaki takes it seriously because of what was said. Kyuubi, try to buy time until the old man arrives, he advises, and the boy nods in agreement. The redhead leaves his mental space and hears a knock at the door. Naruto approaches the door and slowly opens it and sees 2 people in the frame. These people are Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, Naruto-kun, you'll have to come with us, he says, and the Uzumaki looks at him expressionlessly. Kisame, maybe we should cut off his legs so he can't do anything, he says with a smile. However, the Uchiha remains silent, and Kisame takes this as a green light. So with his great sword he launches a thrust towards the Uzumaki. But when the attack impacts, the redhead vanishes. Upon seeing this, Kisame is surprised, and the Uchiha raises an eyebrow. At that moment, he feels a small touch on his shoulder, and out of the corner of his eye, he sees that the Uzumaki used his shoulder as a support to jump towards the wall and then position himself in the hallway. Kisame, wow, you're quite skilled, brat, he says as he turns to look at the redhead. Itachi, he's fast, he thinks. For a moment my Sharingan couldn't keep up. Kisame, perhaps you can entertain me for a bit, he says, smiling, and lunges towards the boy and swings his sword downwards. But the redhead blocks it with his katana. Oh, so you know Kinjutsu. How interesting, he says, and the Uzumaki moves his katana, deflecting the sword and launching a powerful thrust that impacts his opponent's abdomen. Kisame, very good attack, he says, stepping back and touching the affected area. Before anyone else says or does anything, the Uchiha speaks. Itachi, it's been a while, Otudo, he says, and from the hallway, Sasuke can now be seen. Sasuke, Itachi Uchiha, begins to speak while moving his hand downwards. I'm going to kill you, he says, and his hand generates a great current making the sound of 1,000 birds. Itachi, Chidori thinks, identifying the attack. The younger Uchiha runs towards his brother, intending to hit him with the jutsu. However, when he is close, the older Uchiha grabs his little brother's wrist and breaks it, causing him to lose the electricity he had gathered. Itachi, fool little brother, he says, letting go of the wrist and kicking his brother in the chest, making him stumble back. Before he can do anything, he grabs him by the shirt. To defeat me, you must hate me enough, but you don't yet, and you know what, you never will, he says arrogantly and coldly. That's when he makes his brother look him in the eyes and then says, Tsukuyami. And the younger Uchiha begins to writhe. Kisame, using Tsukuyami on his own brother? How endearing, he says and smiles sadistically. After a few moments, the raven-haired boy stops moving and shouting, and his brother breaks free and raises his leg to kick him, but all he hits is a kind of mist. This confuses him, and then he hears the Uzumaki speak. Naruto, I don't know much about it, but I'm pretty sure brothers don't do that, he says indifferently, and the younger Uchiha is seen unconscious beside him. Kisame tries to attack again, but then an armored toad appears in a puff of smoke and intercepts the attack. Jiraiya, so Akatsuki has started to move, he says, appearing behind Uzumaki with a girl on his shoulder. The white-haired man walks over and places the girl against the wall. Jiraiya, how unfortunate that they used you to keep me away from Naruto, he says and turns to look at the men. Kisame, Jiraiya the Toad Sanin, he says smiling and grips his sword tightly. Itachi, we must go, he says, and his companion turns to look at him. We can't take on a Sanin, he says, and Kisame frowns but doesn't object and places his sword on his back. Jiraiya, Oh, of course not, he says, making hand seals and striking the ground with both hands. Kuchios. Gamaguchi Shibari. Summoning. Toad mouth trap. He chants, and the walls, floor, and ceiling of the building are enveloped in what appears to be entrails. Upon seeing this, both attackers run towards the corridor, but the entrails move with the intention of trapping them. Jiraiya. It's useless. No one has ever been able to escape this trap, he says seriously. Itachi and Kisame run down the corridor, pursued by the bowels. Suddenly, a loud explosion is heard, and the Sanin rushes down the corridor, spotting a large hole in the wall and black flames. The white-haired man approaches to examine the strange flames and seals them onto a scroll. He then sees the Uzumaki sheathing his katana. Jiraiya. I see you're all right, he says and smiles, and the redhead looks at him. We better, is interrupted by a kick to the face. Then a man wearing green spandex and a jounin vest is seen. Guy. Don't worry. Guy the powerful one is here to protect you, he says, looking at Uzumaki, who looks at him confused. Jiraiya. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? He says, rubbing his jaw. Then the spandex ninja turns around and, Guy. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jiraiya-sama, he says, looking at the Sanin. I thought you were an enemy, he says smiling, and the white-haired man frowns. To show that I'm sorry, I'll run around the village 100 times, he says, and the Sanin shakes his head and seriously thinks that the jounin is missing a screw. Jiraiya. It doesn't matter. Actually, I'm glad you're here, he says, and the one in spandex smiles. Would you do me the favor of taking Sasuke away from here? He requests, and the jounin nods vigorously. Guy. Sure, he says and carries the Uchiha on his shoulder, but then he turns to look at the redhead. So here you are, Naruto-kun, he says, and the boy looks at him indifferently. I'm sure you're training very hard, so I'll give you a present, he says and takes out a spandex suit. This suit is the best for training, he says smiling. Naruto. It's not necessary, besides I think that outfit is quite ridiculous, he says honestly, and the jounin is indignant while the Sanin bursts out laughing and thinks that the boy resembles a certain redhead who didn't mince words when saying what she thought. After all that scene, the jounin left with the Uchiha on his back while the Sanin and the Uzumaki continued their search. Chapter 12, Proposition. We can see Naruto and Jiraiya walking along a path towards a nearby village called Tensaku, as the person they have been looking for might be there. The Uzumaki walks, as always, with an indifferent expression and always looking straight ahead while the Sanin is smiling. Jiraiya. And tell me, kid, who taught you Kenjutsu? He inquires, and the redhead doesn't even look at him. Naruto. I taught myself, he says disinterestedly, but the Sanin looks at him skeptically. It doesn't matter if I believed it or not, but that's how it happened, he adds, knowing that he was about to refute what he said. Jiraiya. Well, it's hard to believe that you learned on your own, much more at that level, he says, having observed the boy's abilities during the exam and during the invasion. The redhead doesn't pay any attention to it and remains silent. Jiraiya. It's not impossible to learn on your own, but, he thinks, trying to find an answer. His level isn't common. Besides, according to Sensei, he wasn't very strong, and no one had ever seen him use Kenjutsu. Does that mean he learned everything in just 1 month? He continues asking himself questions, trying to find an answer. I've known self-taught warriors, but none of them took their strength to such extremes in such a short time. He theorizes again. The only answer would be that he's a great prodigy, but even so, he continues thinking. Well, I suppose I'll find out soon enough. He finishes his theories and sees that they have already arrived at the village. They both walk through the town and the Sanin continually stops at various establishments, all of which are places where betting takes place. And so they spent the whole day going from one place to another until night fell, and that's when they stopped right in front of what appeared to be a restaurant. The Sanin enters and looks around the place until he sees her. A young woman with blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, and large breasts. Jiraiya. Tsunade, I'm so happy to see you, he exclaims, approaching her, and the blonde looks at him with a frown. Tsunade. Jiraiya, she says simply, and sees the man smile and sit down in front of her. Who would have thought I'd see both of my teammates on the same day? She says, and the Sanin becomes serious. Jiraiya. So you saw Orochimaru, he says, and the woman nods. What did he want? He inquires. Tsunade. Nothing special. I just came to say hello, she says while drinking some sake. Jiraiya. I understand, he says simply, and before he can say anything else, the Uzumaki appears and in his hand he has a plate with several dango skewers. Naruto, did you go buy sweets? He asks, thinking that the boy was looking for him. The Uzumaki nods and sits next to him. The blonde looks at the boy intently, noticing that he didn't even seem to notice her. Jiraiya. Tsunade, I present to you Naruto Uzumaki, he says, and the woman continues looking at the boy who now turns around and looks at her with disinterest. The Sanin tries to take one of the sweets, but the Uzumaki hits him with the palm of his hand to prevent him from touching his sweets. Jiraiya. You won't give me anything? He inquires dramatically. Naruto. If you don't pay, then you can't eat, he says, finishing off a dango stick, and the Sanin looks at him indignantly while the Senju smiles, amused by the boy's words. At that moment, Uzumaki sees her again and offers her the plate with the rest of the dangos, making her smile. Jiraiya. Why do you give it to her? He inquires. Naruto. It's called being chivalrous, he says expressionlessly, and the Sanin glares at him. Tsunade. You should learn from Jiraiya, she says, amused. The Sanin disapproves of her because of her mockery. Tsunade. And then you'll tell me why you wanted to see me, because I doubt you came just to say hello, she says, narrowing her eyes. Jiraiya. Well, as you probably already know, Sarutobi-sensei died, he says sadly. Tsunade. Yes, I know, she says expressionlessly. Jiraiya. Because of that, the High Command of the Hidden Leaf Village has decided to appoint you as the Godame Hokage, he says, taking out a scroll. Senju stares at him expressionlessly, and the black-haired girl beside her looks at the white-haired boy in surprise and then turns to look at her teacher. Tsunade. I refuse, she says firmly, and the Sanin looks at her in surprise. That position only brings death. Only an idiot would take the position of Hokage, he says. Jiraiya. I don't know what happened to make you think like that, but he doesn't finish speaking because the Uzumaki speaks. Naruto. Why are you talking about the Hokage position like that? He inquires. The blonde doesn't answer. She just stares at him. Naruto. I believe that those who become Hokage do so with the dream of protecting their village and their people, and if necessary, sacrificing themselves for it. Therefore, they don't deserve to be called idiots, he says, and the woman looks at him irritated. If you can't see that, perhaps it's because you're the one who isn't worthy of being Hokage, she finishes, and the Sanin looks at her with a very slight smile, proud of the maturity of her words. Tsunade. Hey kid, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? She says, offended because the boy's words hurt her. The Uzumaki looks at her indifferently, not caring what she is saying. Tsunade. Why aren't you talking? She asks, irritated by his attitude. Naruto. I already said what I wanted to say, he says simply. Bored by all this conversation, the Uzumaki disappears in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya. I'll be around for a few weeks while you think about the position, and also, he pauses, his gaze fixed on the Senju. In Naruto's words, he finishes and leaves as well, while the blonde stood there with the boy's words echoing in her head. Will she accept? Will Jiraiya be able to convince her? What effect will Naruto's words have? We'll find out soon. Chapter 13, Decision. 3 weeks have passed since the meeting between Tsunade and Jiraiya. We can see Tsunade walking down a lonely street in the town of Tensaku. She continues walking until she reaches Orochimaru, who can be seen smiling. His arms are completely covered in bandages. Orochimaru. Kukuku. So you did come, he says while observing her. Tsunade. Yes, I did it, she says simply. Orochimaru. And nobody followed you? He inquires. Tsunade. No, she says. Orochimaru. Kukuku. Very well, then let's begin, he says, approaching. Tsunade. I have one condition first, she says, and the Sanin gives her an inquisitive look. I will heal your arms if you promise not to act against the Leaf Village, she finishes, and the Sanin seems to think about it for a moment. Orochimaru, Kukuku, that's fine. I promise not to do anything against the Leaf Village if you heal my arms. He clarifies, and the blonde nods. They both approach each other, and the Sanin raises his arms, while the Senju concentrates chakra in her hands, which takes on a mint green color. Before they get close enough, a kunai is fired and lands right between them, causing them both to back away. On the rooftop, you can see a boy with pale blue hair, glasses, and a headband with a musical note on his forehead. This boy is Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru. So after all this, after I promised not to do anything against the village, you were going to betray me, Tsunade? He says, and the blonde looks at him expressionlessly. So you renounce ever seeing them again? He inquires, trying to make the Sanin give in. Tsunade, it's for them that I'm doing this, she says, her mind conjuring the image of her brother and boyfriend smiling at her. How could I face them if I did what you ask? She says, her gaze hardening. Now I understand that they will always be with me, that they live within me, and that's why I will fulfill their dreams. From now on, I will protect the Hidden Leaf Village, she says with great resolve. And to do so, I must destroy you, she finishes, charging at the Sanin, throwing her fist at him. But he dodges it, causing her fist to slam into the ground, creating a crater. The Sanin and his assistant are evading the blonde's devastating attacks, so they decide to distance themselves from her and run. Pursued by her, they quickly reach a meadow where they come face to face. Kabuto quickly prepares to fight the Sanin since his master is not in a condition to do so. The assistant is soon overwhelmed by the devastating force that the blonde possesses, so he decides to use another method. At a moment when they were both distanced, he makes hand gestures and concentrates chakra in his hands. Tsunade, Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, she thinks, identifying the technique. Even I couldn't do it at his age, she recalls, impressed by the boy's skill. As they embark on the fight again, the roles are reversed because the blonde is soon overwhelmed by having to evade the technique since a single touch could tear her muscles. But then an idea occurs to her. The boy lunges at the Sanin again, but she is faster and strikes him in the neck. They both fall apart. The Senju gets up, but something prevents the boy from doing so. Every time you try to move one part of your body, another part moves in its place. Tsunade, you won't be able to move so freely anymore, she says. Kabuto, what did she do? He inquires, but soon remembers the blow she gave him. Tsunade, I sent chakra pulses through your nervous system, hindering your brain's ability to transmit information to the rest of your body, she explains. The boy seems somewhat surprised, however. He soon finds a way out. Knowing what impulses drive each part of his body, he soon finds a way to keep fighting. At one point, the boy takes advantage of the Sanin's weakness, her hemophobia, blood phobia. Thanks to that, the Senju is left on the ground trembling, unable to do anything. Kabuto, how unfortunate that the best medical ninja in the world has a weakness like this, he says spitefully. That's when he lunges at the blonde again, but then he receives a punch to the face that makes him stumble backwards. Right in front of Senju is Jiraiya, who is panting uncontrollably, and behind him is Shizen Kato, the blonde's apprentice. Orochimaru, Kukuku Jiraiya, my friend. I see that Tsunade did an excellent job with you, he says with a mocking smile. The white-haired man looks unwell but still cannot stop panting because the blonde Senju gave him a special drug the night before which he cannot use or mold chakra. Orochimaru, Kukuku, how about we play another game? He says, and his assistant stands beside him and takes a drop of his blood. Kabuto, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, he says, finishing his hand positions and dropping both hands to the ground, causing several kanji to be understood on the ground, and in a burst of smoke a large snake appears which lunges at the other three. Jiraiya stands in front of the two women and tries to stop the snake's advance with his arms. However, it raises its head, causing the Sanin to let go, and he falls into its mouth and ends up being swallowed by the snake. Upon seeing this, Tsunade opens her eyes in terror, and it is then that certain words resonate in her mind. Perhaps it is because you are the one who is not worthy of being Hokage. With that in mind, she gets up, surprising her student by having overcome her fear of blood. The Sanin prepares to save her companion, but then a silhouette can be seen jumping, reaching the level of the sun and blocking its light. Everyone turns around and Naruto is seen, who falls on top of the snake and starts running along its body, spinning the katana in his hand like a propeller and launching several cuts across the snake's body. Throw a diagonal slash to the right and one to the left. Perform a star spin, landing several horizontal slashes. Spin diagonally on one foot and deliver a powerful slash to the snake's head. Everyone watches in slow motion as the snake's body is cut and falls to pieces, as its head splits in half, and as from the remains of the same emerges Uzumaki, who with his left hand pulls the white-haired man's clothes out. Right next to the blonde, the Sanin's body falls abruptly, and seconds later, the redhead lands gracefully on one foot, his hair falling slowly behind him. The white-haired man begins to grunt and turns to look at the boy, Jiraiya. "Hey, tadpole, you could have been nicer," he exclaims angrily. "Naruto, and you're smarter for not letting yourself be swallowed by a snake," he says without even looking at the Sanin. "Jiraiya, it's not my fault. I can't use chakra," he exclaims again. "Naruto, excuses," he says simply, and the Sanin continues grumbling. The Sanin smiles as she watches the white-haired boy fight with the boy who saved him, while having an internal monologue. "Tsunade, to be at that level at his age is impressive," she thinks, repeating the scene. "Naruto is incredible," she thinks and observes the boy, Shizen. "She can do so much damage in such a short time with a simple katana?" she screams in her astonished mind. "This is on an incredible level. Orochimaru, Kukuku amazing Naruto-kun and great entrance too," he says. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki fixes his gaze on the snake Sanin. "Naruto, you seem familiar, your aura is chilling," he says, and Jiraiya looks at him a little confused, as does Tsunade. "Jiraiya, can he read chakra? Can he, Tsunade?" "She is able to see and read chakra, but the only ones who could do that, Orochimaru, Kukuku, it seems you have a bad memory. Let me introduce myself. I am Orochimaru," is interrupted by the redhead, Naruto. "You know better than to tell me because I'll eventually forget it," he declared. Once again, Jiraiya and Tsunade look at him confused but decide to ask later. A great fight. The three Sanin reunited. Chapter 14, Combat. The three legendary Sanin are reunited after so long. On one side, we see the snake Sanin Orochimaru and his student Kabuto Yakushi. On the other side, we can see the slug Sanin Tsunade Senju and her student Shizen Kato, and next to them the toad Sanin Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki. "Jiraiya, all right Naruto, take care of the four eyes," he says, and the Uzumaki nods with a bored look. "Meanwhile, we'll take care of the snake," he concludes. However, before anything can be done, Kabuto, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, he exclaims, and a large snake appears, the leader of the snake's Manda. Seeing this, the other Sanin decide to play their game. "Tsunade, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu," she says, and a large slug named Katsuyu appears. "Jiraiya, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu," he says, and a large smoking toad appears, the leader of the Gamabunta toads. This is how the great battle between the three legendary Sanin begins. "Jiraiya, Naruto," he exclaims, and the Uzumaki appears at great speed in front of the bespectacled ninja and kicks him, causing him to fall off the snake and move away from his master. "Tsunade, very well. From now on there will be one less Sanin in the world," she declares, preparing to fight. While the Sanin prepare to fight, now we see Uzumaki facing Orochimaru's assistant. "Kabuto, if you really think you can beat me, you're pathetic," he says arrogantly. "I doubt you're even at Sasuke's level, but it's understandable after all." He interrupts. "Naruto, hey, will you ever stop talking? You're annoying," he says, outwardly indifferent but internally irritated. "Kabuto, it's true. He's not the same silly kid from the exam anymore," he thinks as he adjusts his glasses. The Yakushi throws several kunai towards the redhead, but he blocks them with his katana without effort. At great speed, he appears in front of the assistant, launching a cut towards his neck, but the assistant ducks and tries to stab him with a kunai, but the Uzumaki easily evades it. The Uzumaki attacks his opponent again, and the latter tries to hit him with his chakra scalpel. The Yakushi manages to land a blow to the redhead's chest with the scalpel. However, he simply vanishes and reappears behind him intending to cut off his head, but he substitutes it with a tree trunk. Naruto. Good reflexes, otherwise your head would have flown off, he says disinterestedly. His opponent doesn't take it very well and lunges at the Uzumaki again, but he easily and effortlessly dodges him. Kabuto, so you think you can make fun of me? Let's see how far you can go, he says, increasing his speed and attempting to throw a punch. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasumi no Ro, Misdo, he says, and Yakushi appears in front of him about to swing the katana. Kabuto, I have to dodge it, he thinks, knowing that if he receives the attack he will be badly injured. When the technique is about to be performed, it is replaced with a log. Kabuto, if you think you'll defeat me with that, you're wrong, he says, and sees that the Uzumaki is no longer in front of him. That's when, purely by instinct, he replaces himself again and sees the trunk being cut in half. The Uzumaki attacks head-on and swings the katana, and the assistant can only block it with a kunai. Naruto, I'm already bored with you and all your countless babble, he says irritably, and the Yakushi looks at him annoyed. Time to end this, he says and raises his free hand concentrating his chakra, which spins at great speed, and that's when a sphere with mist surrounding it forms. What was it called again? Oh yeah, Rasengan, spiral ball, he says and impacts the attack in his opponent's abdomen, making him fly backward while spinning in the air. The ninja with glasses crashes into a rock, and it cracks from the pressure exerted by the jutsu. In the distance, the Sanin witness the attack and look quite surprised. Orochimaru, Kukuku, so you taught him that jutsu? He says, looking at the white-haired man, but he looks just as surprised as the others, but finally he smiles. The fight continues and we can see how the snake coils around the slug, strangling it, but it splits into small slugs and frees itself. The great toad seizes the opportunity and plunges his tanto into the snake's head and pins it to the ground. Meanwhile, we can see the Sanin brutally attacking Orochimaru, who tries unsuccessfully to get her off him. The great serpent disappears while cursing the Sanin Orochimaru. Just then, Senju was about to deliver the final blow to the traitorous Sanin. However, Orochimaru, you know, I'm glad to have greeted you, but I have to go now, he says. His assistant appears beside him, who has a large wound on his stomach and is panting. That's when they both disappear, and the others have no choice but to squawk with their tongues. The other two summons also leave. Jiraiya, well, I guess we'll see each other again, he says simply, but quite irritated by the whole day. Tsunade, yes, well, we'd better go pack. After all, we still have to go to the village, she says, and the Sanin smiles victoriously. Naruto, certainly, let's go, he says, arriving with them, but continues on his way. Both Sanin look at him closely, trying to understand the mystery surrounding this boy. Tsunade, I didn't know he could use the Rasengan, she says, somewhat surprised that a boy his age could master a jutsu like that. Jiraiya, the thing is, I didn't teach it to you, he says, and the blonde looks at him in surprise. I think she saw me using it and was able to understand how to do it, she says, thinking that it's the most logical explanation. Tsunade, you know it's not possible, she says, and the Sanin sighs. Jiraiya, it's the only thing I can think of, he says simply. After all, if he was able to learn Kenjutsu on his own, I think it's possible that he learned the Rasengan himself, he says, further surprising the blonde. Tsunade, he learned it all on his own? She asks, astonished, and the Sanin nods. How? She asks again, but the Sanin smiles and shakes his head and starts walking, and she follows him. As they walk, they both think about the mystery that is Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 15, The Fifth Hokage. A new day dawns in the village hidden in the leaves. We can see the Godame Hokage Tsunade Senju walking through the halls of the village hospital. On his right, we see Naruto Uzumaki, and on his left, we see Jounin Commander Shikaku Nara. They continue walking until they reach a specific room. In that room, they find Kakashi Hatake, who is unconscious and lying on a bed. Senju stands right beside him and places her hand on his forehead, channeling her chakra, which turns a mint green. The silver-haired man frowns and opens his eyes. Being fully conscious, he sits on the bed. The blonde stares at him with an impassive expression. "Tsunade, how did you fall for guys like that?" she asks rhetorically. "Kakashi, I'm sorry to disappoint you," he says, still frowning. The Hokage shakes her head and the Uzumaki looks intently at the Hatake. "Naruto, it looks terrible," he says, looking at him, and the Senju smiles at his honesty. Nara also smiles more. However, he stares at Uzumaki with curiosity and intrigue. The three leave the silver-haired man's room and then enter another, in which they find Sasuke Uchiha also unconscious on a bed, and sitting next to him Sakura Haruno, who has an expression of anguish. The pink-haired girl turns around and is surprised to find the Sanin. She opens and closes her mouth, thinking about what words to say, but chooses to remain silent. The blonde repeats the same procedure as with the Hatake and the Uchiha, opens her eyes slightly and stands up on the bed. Sakura watches everything with awe and approaches the Uchiha with tears in her eyes and hugs him with palpable emotion. "Naruto, this is too dramatic," he says, watching the scene. This time the blonde girl does laugh at the boy's brutal honesty. "Shikaku, Lady Hokage, we still need to see someone else before we go and complete the formalities for your inauguration," he says, and the blonde makes a face but nods silently. The trio leaves the room and approaches another where a jounin wearing spandex is nervously biting his nails. Everyone enters the room and the Senju begins to examine the genin. "Tsunade, no one will blame you if you stop being a ninja," she says seriously, and everyone looks at her in surprise. Lee, but, is interrupted. "Tsunade, massive damage to your left lower and upper extremities, torn muscles and presence of multiple bone fragments," she explains sternly. "Guy, don't listen to her, Lee," he shouts. "She's not the real Lady Tsunade. She's an imposter." He continues shouting, but everyone ignores him. "Tsunade, there's a high probability that you won't survive the operation," she says, and the spandex-clad genin looks at her intently. Lee asks, "What are the odds?" "Tsunade, I'd say it's a 50-50 case," she says, looking sadly at the boy. After saying this, the genin leaves to think about it and give an answer, while the Hokage leaves accompanied by the Nara. Later in the village, we can see the blonde's apprentice walking around in search of her because the Senju has not finished her work as Hokage, and besides, the time of her appointment is approaching. He walks and walks until he decides to look in his room, but all he finds are many notes, one in particular saying 58:40 seconds. In the Hokage Tower, we see Tsunade Senju standing in the box being observed by all the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Tsunade, I promise, like all my predecessors, to protect this village and its people as the Godame Hokage," she says with determination and confidence as she raises the Hokage hat high. Upon hearing her, everyone cheers, applauds, and celebrates their new Hokage. Chapter 16. Ascension. In the Hokage Tower, seated at her desk, the newly appointed Godame Hokage Tsunade Senju, with a disdainful grimace, is reviewing various files, records, and requests which are part of her new responsibilities as Hokage. Beside her, her assistant Shizune shakes her head at her teacher's apathy towards her work. She constantly has to keep an eye on her to make sure she does her job. It is at this moment that they hear a knock at the door. The blonde looks up with an indifferent expression but is internally pleased that at least she can rest from her incessant paperwork. "Tsunade, come in," is all she says, and the door opens to let Shikamaru Nara and his sensei Asuma Sarutobi pass through. "Asuma, Lady Hokage," she says as a greeting. "Tsunade, Asuma," she says, returning the greeting. "I asked you to come here with the intention of talking about something important," she says, and they both nod. "Asuma? And what would that be?" he inquires. "Tsunade, as you both know, due to all the events that have transpired, the Chunin exams were cancelled," she says, and they both nod again, so she decides to continue. "However, despite all that, as we all know, several of the fights did take place. Thanks to that, Sarutobi-sensei made extensive notes about you, Shikamaru," she says, noticing the boy's slight surprise. "That's why I'm promoting you to Chunin," she says, smiling slightly, and sees the boy's surprise, as well as the sensei's, the latter with a great mixture of awe and pride. You must understand that from now on you carry a greater level of responsibility, and you are expected to live up to it, she says sternly. Shikamaru, what a nuisance, he thinks as he nods. I'll do it even if it's very troublesome, he says, and his sensei smiles and shakes his head at his student's attitude. After that, the Hokage takes out a Chunin vest, hands it to Nara, and watches him put it on under the proud gaze of his sensei. Once he has it on, he bows, and the Hokage nods and watches as they both leave. Tsunade, were you able to find him? She inquires, looking at her student. Shizune, the truth is that I don't. Doesn't finish because at that moment, in a small blink, Naruto Uzumaki makes his appearance, leaving a trail of mist. Naruto, did you summon me? He inquires and bows to the figure of authority that the Senju represents, Tsunade. If Shizune couldn't find him but still found out I was looking for him, that means he knows how to hide so she couldn't find him. She deduces and smiles at the talent the boy in front of her exudes. That's right, Naruto, she says, still looking at the boy. Naruto, can I ask why? He says, inquiring. Tsunade, I summoned you to talk about you, Naruto, she says, and the boy shows no sign of surprise. Naruto, about me? He inquires. Tsunade, I'm pretty sure you know that your abilities are far from common, and also the fact that you're at an impressive level for your age, she says, and the boy tilts his head to one side. Naruto, what does he mean? He asks, confused. Tsunade, not many people are capable of achieving what you have. Not many people manage to defeat a bijou-tailed beast. You are at a level that not many reach, she says sincerely. Naruto, I believe many people could achieve the same as me, if only they tried hard enough, he says, and the Hokage smiles at the great humility, maturity, and truth conveyed by those words. Tsunade, so much modesty. Kid, you're taking credit away from me, she says, still smiling. However, it's good to see you're not an arrogant idiot. That's why I'm going to promote you, she says, and the Uzumaki crosses his arms and tilts his head again in confusion. Naruto, what do you mean by promoting me? He inquires. Tsunade, you possess all the necessary skills to be a Chunin, and also the great maturity that the rank deserves. That is why I will promote you, she says, smiling, and the redhead adopts a serious and firm posture. Naruto, I understand. I greatly appreciate your trust. I won't let you down, he says, bowing, and the blonde nods, still smiling. Tsunade, I know it won't be like that, Naruto, she says, and the boy nods and bows again as he disappears in the blink of an eye, leaving only a trail of mist. Shizune, it's so incredible, but I think she'll be okay? She asks, looking at her teacher. Tsunade, of course, she says confidently before adopting an expression of annoyance at having to return to her paperwork. I apologize for the delay. I went on a trip and had to attend to several matters. I will try to post soon. Next chapter, Resentments. Chapter 17, Resentments. Walking through the corridors of Konoha Hospital, we can see a smiling Sakura carrying a small tray with various fruits cut into pieces. He reaches a door and enters, seeing Sasuke Uchiha sitting on the bed, looking down with a dark expression. Sakura, Sasuke-kun, I brought you this to eat. Maybe this way you'll get better faster and leave here soon, she says, smiling as she approaches with the tray, but the raven-haired boy doesn't look up. Come on, eat, she says encouragingly, and is about to place the tray in his lap, but, Sasuke, I don't want anything, he says, slamming his hand on the tray, causing it to fall to the ground and all the fruit to scatter on the floor, and at the same time causing Sakura to trip. Just as she's about to fall to the ground, the pink-haired girl is caught by some arms. The jade-eyed girl looks up and sees Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura, Naruto, she whispers, pulling away from his grasp and standing in front of him. Thank you, Naruto, she says gratefully, but the Uzumaki looks at her indifferently. Naruto, why do you insist? He inquires, looking at her. She looks at him with a mixture of confusion and surprise at the question. How little self-esteem do you have to keep putting up with his contempt? He says sternly. She looks at him, shocked and holding back tears at the cruelty of those words. You insist on continuing to endure each and every one of his slights, just to receive even crumbs of attention. He says, watching indifferently as the girl's eyes fill with tears and she lowers her head so they won't see her cry. Sasuke, Naruto, he says, completely ignoring his pink-haired companion and attracting the attention of the redhead. Fight me, he says with an arrogant smile and receives in response a look of total indifference. Kakashi, don't you think it's too hasty? He says in a bored tone, though inwardly he's a little skeptical. Well, he just found out that his formerly hyperactive student has just been promoted to Chunin. Tsunade? I don't know why you insist on that. I'm quite sure Naruto can handle it, she says, somewhat irritated. She planned for Hatake to be present when Naruto was promoted, but just like with Uzumaki, he was impossible to find, with the difference that the redhead did go to see her and ask what she was requesting. Kakashi, the thing is, I think it's too soon, he says seriously. Tsunade, well, I don't think so. I've witnessed what he's capable of and the great maturity he possesses. Therefore, I believe he's more than worthy of his promotion, she says, and the silver-haired man frowns slightly, surprised by the confidence the Hokage has placed in her student. I end this discussion, she declares, and the Jounin nods and disappears in a puff of smoke. Naruto, why would I fight against you? He asks calmly and indifferently. Sasuke, oh, don't tell me you're scared. Huh, little scaredy cat, he says mockingly, trying to provoke the redhead. Naruto, why should I be afraid? I don't need to remind you that of the two of us, you're the one in the hospital bed, he says simply, and the Uchiha looks at him annoyed by that degradation. Besides, why should I have to satisfy your narcissistic need to prove that you're the strongest? He says, looking at the raven-haired man who is looking at him with fury. Sasuke, it's not about any of that. Wouldn't you like to see what we're capable of? He says, swallowing his anger. He's quite surprised that the dobe didn't accept at first. Naruto, I fully understand what I'm capable of, he says, somewhat irritated by this whole conversation. Doesn't he have anything better to do than insist on fighting? Just another brainless monkey who wants to fight for no reason. Fighting you won't bring me any benefit, he says, and the raven-haired boy looks at him with a strange mixture of indignation and anger. The pink-haired girl, who had remained silent since Naruto's words, watched as the verbal argument between her two companions unfolded. She was quite surprised by the raven-haired boy's challenge to a fight and by the redhead's firm rejection. Kyubi, perhaps you should accept, he suggests to his Jinchuriki. Naruto, why does he think I should do it? He asks himself. Kyubi, I think the Uchiha deserves a lesson, he replies. Naruto, why should I be the one to give it to him? That's wasting energy unnecessarily and fighting without a worthy purpose, he retorted. Kyubi, first, I'll say that it's difficult to beat you in an argument. Kid, he says laughing. You would give him the lesson he needs because you're the only one who can and wanted to do it, he explains. I also think it's no waste of energy to humiliate an Uchiha, and the purpose of fighting him would be to give him a more realistic perspective on things, and by that I mean to let him know that you're superior, he says, knowing that his Jinchuriki is capable of wiping the floor with the raven-haired man, and well, he enjoys seeing Uchiha humiliated. Naruto, fine, if you think I should do it, I'll do it, he says, still not very convinced. Kyubi, if you're going to do it, you'll do it right. As my Jinchuriki, I won't tolerate you losing, especially not against an Uchiha, he says, disgusted by the idea. Naruto, don't worry, if I have to fight, I have to win, he says simply, and the fox smiles amusedly. I'll fight you, he says, looking at the raven-haired boy who looks somewhat surprised by the change of opinion, but is not willing to ask. Sasuke, let's go to the roof, he exclaims, walking towards the door, followed by the Uzumaki who is stopped by Haruno. Sakura, no, Naruto pleads. Naruto, you can't interfere, he states and continues walking. Besides, he needs to see beyond himself, he says, leaving through the door. The jade-eyed girl remains motionless for a moment but then decides to go with them. The The two genin and the newly promoted chunin reach the roof. The Uchiha and the Uzumaki stand facing each other. The raven-haired one stares at him intensely, while the redhead looks at him bored. Naruto, we could start all this? It bores me, he says with indifference and irritation, and hears a laugh in his head. Sasuke, TCH, you think you're far superior, don't you? He says, annoyed by his opponent's attitude. Naruto, the truth is, I think this is a waste of time and energy, he says sincerely. And no, I don't think I'm superior to anyone, he adds, and the Uchiha looks at him closely. The fact that you feel inferior is honestly not my problem, he says, earning a dark glare from the Uchiha and a big laugh from the fox, who knows that his Jinchuriki is an expert at touching people's most sensitive nerves. Sasuke, here, the only inferior one is you, he replies angrily. Naruto, although technically I am superior to you, he says, ignoring the raven-haired boy's response. You are a genin and I am what's that called? He asks himself. QB, a chunin, Naruto answers. Naruto, ah yes, a chunin, he finally says, and the Uchiha looks at him in surprise for a moment before clenching his teeth in fury. The raven-haired man no longer answers and simply lunges towards the redhead, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye and kicking him in the chin, lifting him off the ground. A smile appears on the Uchiha's face upon seeing that, but the smile is premature and quickly dies as he sees the Uzumaki's image vanish into thin air. Naruto, you should be less reckless, he says, appearing back to back with the Uchiha. The Uchiha gets annoyed by the taunt and raises his right leg, attempting to land a kick on the left side of the redhead's face. However, the Uzumaki, still with his back turned, raises his hand, catching the foot in the air. With his hand, he twists the foot and gives a pull, causing the raven-haired man to end up on his head and facing away from him. It is at that moment that he delivers a precise kick to the center of the Uchiha's back, causing him to be launched towards the metal fence. The raven-haired man recovers and turns in the air, placing his feet on the fence and gaining momentum, launching himself towards the Uzumaki. The latter simply leans to one side and spins on his axis while landing a punch in the Uchiha's abdomen. The Uchiha spits blood from the great blow and is launched upwards. However, while in the air he recovers and traces several hand seals. Sasuke, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, he says, inhaling deeply and exhaling a large, powerful burst of flame from the tip of his lips. The fire hits the ground and the Uchiha believes he has hit the redhead. However, he dismisses that belief when he receives a kick to the cheek that makes him fly off to the side again. The raven-haired man leans against the fence and stands on it, watching as the Uzumaki spins in the air and also stands on the fence. The Uchiha looks at him with fury and hatred, so with his hand he creates a large electric current that produces the sound of several birds, and then he sees how in the Uzumaki's hand the chakra quickly concentrates, forming a perfect sphere of faint blue color surrounded by mist. Sasuke, Chidori, 1,000 birds, he says, jumping towards the Uzumaki. Naruto, Rasengan, spiral ball, he says, also jumping towards the Uchiha. The pink-haired girl who has been left out of this fight watches the scene with terror while thinking about how bad it could be if both attacks collide with each other. Both attacks are about to hit, but then the wrists of the two boys are firmly held by two hands that pull their bodies and turn them, redirecting the attacks. The Uchiha's hand impacts against a water container, creating a large hole due to the powerful attack. The Uzumaki's chakra sphere is about to impact another container, but the redhead lets the gathered chakra disperse and the sphere disappears as he turns in the air, placing his feet on the container, then performs a spin in the air and lands gracefully on his feet. Kakashi, now, that was too much for a friendly match, he says with a mixture of tiredness and disappointment. The jounin glances from Uzumaki to Uchiha. The raven-haired man maintains a serious and angry expression due to the interruption, while the redhead maintains his characteristic indifferent expression. Kakashi, what you did was quite irresponsible, he says seriously, and both boys look at him. Naruto, as a chunin, you should be the most responsible, yet you let all this get out of control, he says sternly, and the Uzumaki looks at him, changing his stoic expression to a slightly serious one. Naruto, I'll start by saying this wasn't my idea, but you're right. I was irresponsible to agree, he says, sincerely bored by the man's rant. I'll also say that I didn't think it would escalate to this point, but the raven-haired boy was the one who started it, using ninjutsu, he says, because it's true he planned to keep this a taijutsu fight. Besides, if, as you say, this was so irresponsible, why didn't you intervene sooner? I honestly don't think you were just passing by, he says, narrowing his gaze slightly, and the silver-haired man remains silent and lowers his gaze. QB? Well, I think you've become very good at shutting people up, he says with a smile. Sasuke? I've saved myself the trouble of hearing your speeches, he says, fed up with everything, as he jumps off the side of the building and lands on one of the rooftops. Naruto, well, I'm leaving now, he says simply and disappears in the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of mist. Kakashi? I understand you want to protect him from the Akatsuki, but teaching him a jutsu like that? He says, sitting down on one of the water containers. Jiraiya, don't give me that. You taught Sasuke the Chidori, 1,000 birds, he retorted, revealing that he was behind the container. Besides, he's right, it was Sasuke who started attacking with ninjutsu. He simply responded, he said in defense of the Uzumaki. But you're right, he should have been more responsible. I'll talk to him, he said, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Later, we can see Naruto walking down one of the streets of the Leaf Village. Naruto, you know what? If you're going to follow me, at least make it less obvious, he says, disappearing in a blink and reappearing behind the toad Sanin. Jiraiya, how could he have realized that? He asks himself. Unless his thoughts are interrupted. Naruto, well, he inquires. Jiraiya, I heard you used the technique against a teammate, he finally says as he turns to look at him. Naruto, I didn't really plan to do it, he says irritably. I could have canceled the attack, but I decided to return it, he says, staring intently into his eyes. I did it because I think that kid needed a dose of reality, he exclaims. Jiraiya, that wasn't your duty, he replies, even though he knows that the Uchiha boy does need him. Naruto, no one else seems to care about that attitude, he retorts. Eventually, if he doesn't change, it will lead him down a not-so-good path, he says, and the Sanin looks at him closely. Jiraiya, you have a good point, he says, smiling slightly, as it reminds him of another boy who was also good at arguments. Well, just be a little more responsible with the jutsu. He ends the discussion and disappears. The Uzumaki continues on his way home. QB? Well, at least you were able to teach the Uchiha a lesson, he says. Naruto. Yeah, well, although after today it will become more unbearable, he says, sounding somewhat bored. QB. All you have to do is keep him biting the dust, he says. Naruto. That sounds too troublesome, he says, and receives a laugh from the fox. I apologize for the delay, but I have a second story that I also needed to update. To be honest, I'm satisfied with this chapter because it's longer than the last few I've published. I must admit I was cruel to Sakura, but the truth is I don't like her attitude. I also liked including more Kurama, and also the relationship he has with Naruto. I will update as soon as possible. Next chapter, Recovery Squad. Chapter 18, Recovery Squad. Another day dawns in the Leaf Village, and once again we find ourselves in the Hokage's office, where a rather peculiar meeting is taking place. Tsunade, this is the mission, she says, finishing her explanation, and can see how surprise and disbelief pass across the boy's face. Shikamaru, all right, then I'll request some chunin, he says with a serious expression. Tsunade, unfortunately, that's not possible, she says, and the boy looks at her with a frown. Don't make that face. You know very well that most of the chunin and jounin are on missions to deal with the damage the village received, so at the moment there isn't much personnel available. She explains, and the boy makes a face. Shikamaru, how troublesome. I'll see what I can do, he says, and the Hokage nods seriously. Tsunade, just remember that you must leave in 30 minutes, she clarifies, and the boy nods and is about to leave, but she speaks again. I must also tell you that there will be a second in command, she adds, and the boy looks at her with confusion. Shikamaru, can I ask who? He tries to inquire. but the Senju shakes her head and he leaves. A short time later, a small trail of fog appears in the office, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto Uzumaki appears. Naruto, why did you ask me for this? He says, bowing. The Hokage smiles from her desk as she looks at the Uzumaki. Tsunade, you see, Naruto, you are here because I will entrust you with a mission, she says, and the Uzumaki nods. At the entrance to the village, we can see a small group of young people. We can see Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and Neji Hyuga. Shikamaru, that's why we're here, he finishes saying, and everyone nods. Kiba, all right man, let's go already, he says, starting to walk, but no one else moves since everyone's gaze is focused on Nara. Shikamaru, perhaps I forgot to mention that we should wait for the other one in charge, he says, and everyone looks at him closely. But before they can ask, a body falls from the wall next to the little guy. Naruto, you, the boy with the pineapple head, he says, looking at Nara. What was your name? He asks, and a drop of sweat appears on the back of the raven-haired boy's neck, but he still answers. Shikamaru. Shikamaru answers simply. Kiba, and what are you doing here, Naruto? He says, raising his voice, and the Uzumaki looks at him, irritated by the commotion. Neji, if he's here, it's more than clear that Naruto is second in command, he reasons aloud. Naruto, indeed, he says, bored. Kiba, that makes no sense, he says, scandalized, and is about to continue, but, Naruto, scream again and you'll regret it, he threatens, looking at the dog boy who swallows hard under the intensity of his gaze. Neji, so you're a Chunin, Naruto? He inquires, changing the subject. Naruto, yes, he says simply. Choji, congratulations, Naruto, he says, while putting several potatoes in his mouth. Naruto, thank you, he says with a stoic and impassive expression. Kiba, what? He can't. He falls silent upon seeing the redhead's gaze. Naruto, what did I say about the yelling? He says irritably. Shikamaru, well, congratulations, but we need to get going, he says in a bored tone. Neji, that's right, we must go, he seconded. Shikamaru, Neji, you go first. Use your Byakugan to observe your surroundings, he says, and the pearl-eyed boy nods. Naruto and I will follow you, he says, looking at the Uzumaki who stares at him, bored. Kiba and Choji will go after them, he says, and they both nod. All right, I must say I've never really liked Sasuke, but he's a fellow Leaf villager, and we have to rescue him. Even if he is a pain, he concludes. Everyone takes their positions and is about to leave, but then a scream catches their attention and they see Sakura Haruno, and behind her comes Rock Lee walking with a crutch. Sakura, Naruto, she says, catching the redhead's attention. Please, I beg you to bring Sasuke back, she says, her eyes welling up with tears. Please bring my Sasuke back, she says, tears streaming down her face. Many look at her with empathy. Lee sees her and manages a sad smile. However, the Uzumaki looks at her with complete indifference. Naruto, I'll do my best, he says stoically as always, but I'm not promising anything, nor am I doing this because you asked me to. I'm doing it because I've been entrusted with this mission, he says, and many look at him a little surprised. And I advise you to value yourself a little more so that your happiness doesn't depend on someone like that boy, since he doesn't care much about you because he made the decision to leave, he says sternly, and the girl looks at him dejected, although she knows he's absolutely right. Kiba, dude, that's a bit harsh, he says somewhat uncomfortably upon seeing the girl cry. Naruto, the truth is always the truth, but that doesn't mean we should stop telling it, he says calmly. Neji, he's right, he thinks to himself and nods silently. Shikamaru, well, we should go now, he says, trying to leave all the drama behind. They all nod, returning to their positions, and begin their journey, advancing through the forest, leaping from branch to branch. Here's another chapter, short I know, but it's because the fights are coming up and well, I'm trying to keep everything on track. The brief encounter between Naruto and Kimimaro is also approaching, and although it is very short, I have to keep in mind that Kimimaro will represent a challenge for Naruto. And also, well, I still haven't decided whether to let Sasuke stay in the village. Honestly, his presence wouldn't add anything to the plot, not to mention that if I let him stay, it will be difficult to develop Sakura's character. Anyway, what do you all think? Next chapter, Clash of Forces. Chapter 19, Clash of Forces. We can see the group of young ninjas running swiftly through the forest, jumping from branch to branch. At the front, Neji Hyuga walks with a neutral expression, periodically using his Byakugan, White Eye, to scan his surroundings. Behind him are the mission leaders, Shikamaru Nara, with a bored expression, and Naruto Uzumaki, with an indifferent one. Finally, at the back of the formation, we have Kiba Inuzuka, a wild grin adorning his face, and Choji Akimichi, with an unusually serious and determined expression. Neji, 15 meters, he says suddenly, attracting the attention of the rest. There are 4, he adds, and the little-haired boy gestures with his hand for them to stop. Shikamaru, and Sasuke? He inquires, looking at the Hyuga. Neji, I can't see it, he says neutrally. Although there's something in the middle, it's like a barrel, he says, and the Nara pauses for a moment thoughtful. It releases an incredibly dark chakra, he adds, and the Uzumaki's eyes narrow slightly. Shikamaru, all right, this is what we'll do, he says after considering the possible scenarios. Nara explains his plan and everyone except Uzumaki agrees. In a clearing, in the middle of the deep forest, we can see 4 figures leaning at the foot of the trees. We can see a girl with red hair and a black hat with bandages on the sides. She wears a brown tunic with black shorts and black sandals, as well as a rope belt. She is Tayuya, a tall, imposing young man with 3 strands of hair the same color as his eyes, styled in a mohawk, 1 strand in the center of his head and 2 on the sides. He wore a sleeveless robe, shinobi sandals, arm warmers, black pants, and a necklace made of circular pieces separated by long metal links. He is Jirobo. We also see a dark-skinned shinobi with black hair and 6 arms. He wears a sleeveless black top and shorts, over which he wears a brown robe and a rope belt, along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals, and bandages around his legs. He is Kadamaru. And finally, we have another boy with a peculiar appearance, since another head protrudes from the back of his neck. The truth about this is that it's not just 1 person but 2, to be specific, twin brothers, Sakan and Yukon. Both Sakan and Yukon have gray hair with long bangs that cover their green eyes. Yukon's on the left and Sakan's on the right. The twins wear turquoise and brown lipstick, giving them a somewhat feminine appearance. They wear brown robes with large black wristbands, tight black pants, and purple ropes tied around their waists, along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals, and bandages around their legs. Sakan wears a dark red collar around his neck and carries a giant scroll on his back. They are the Sound Four, a team formed by the Sanin Orochimaru and belonging to the Hidden Sound Village. They were tasked with transporting Sasuke Uchiha back to their village. The aforementioned Uchiha is now inside a barrel in the center of the clearing, all for the purpose of taking his cursed seal to level 2. For now, they are taking a short break after having crossed paths with a couple of shinobi from the Leaf Village. However, this rest is interrupted when Sakan suddenly throws a kunai towards some bushes. Shikamaru and Neji were in those bushes, and they quickly realized that the kunai was holding an explosive tag. Upon seeing this, they quickly jump away, moving as far as possible from the imminent explosion. The loud roar of the explosion echoes, changing the surroundings. Several trees fall and the ground cracks. It is when both teams are face to face. Sakan, well, so this is the Leaf team, just a bunch of kids playing at being ninjas, he says, smiling maliciously, and his gaze wanders until it stops at the Uzumaki. So this is the kid we were told to watch out for, he reasons, observing him closely. He doesn't look very strong, but I suppose we should proceed with caution, he concludes. Tayuya, and what did you expect from the Leaf Village? She asks, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Those from the Leaf Village remain silent. However, some like Kiba grit their teeth at his taunts and insults. That's when a shadow, snaking like a snake, quickly spreads from the feet of the bald man. However, the Sound Warriors dodge it effortlessly and without breaking a sweat. Jirobo, Doton Kekai, Doro Domu, Earth Element Barrier, Earth Barrier Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. He chants, striking the ground with his fists, causing several rocks to begin trapping the Leaf Village members. A large dome of rock quickly forms around them, trapping them without giving them time to react. The giant ninja places his hands on the dome, concentrating his chakra. Kadamaru, well done Jirobo, catch up with us later, he says, and the person in question nods. Tayuya? And hurry up, Fatso, because I remind you that you are the one who has to carry the barrel, he says in a rough and rude manner. Jirobo? Shut up, you're too vulgar, he replies irritably. Tayuya? Yes, just hurry up. We don't have time for you to squeeze them out, she says, turning around and starting to walk. The giant grimaces, but then he turns his gaze towards the rock dome and a sadistic smile spreads across his face. Jirobo, you know, it's a shame. Perhaps if you had had a better leader, you could have at least fought back. But instead, your leader led you into a cage, he says spitefully. But don't worry, you will soon die, since no one has ever been able to escape my jutsu, he assures. Inside the dome of rocks, we can see Akimichi frowning at the criticism directed at his friend Nara. Naruto, he's right. I told you it was a bad idea, he says, looking irritated at the pink-haired boy. Shikamaru, what a nuisance. I highly doubt that blaming me will help us get out of here, he says, also irritated. Naruto, no, but it helps me not to want to hit you, he says. Kiba, all right, it's time to get out of here. Akamaru, he calls to his partner and gives him a pill, causing him to transform in a puff of smoke into an identical version of himself. Katsuga, Fong over Fong, he says, and they both begin to spin, attacking the walls of the dome. However, it's unsuccessful, but they don't give up and continue their assault. They both fall to the ground gasping, and everyone watches as the damage from the attack regenerates. Seeing this, they are about to do it again, but, Naruto, can you stop that? Besides not working, you're making too much of a fuss, he says, looking irritated at the dog boy. Kiba, at least I'm trying to get out of here, he shouts angrily. Naruto, what's needed is an attack that inflicts enough damage quickly enough so that it doesn't have time to regenerate, he explains, returning to his indifferent expression. And your attack doesn't meet those requirements, you're just making a scene, he adds, and the Inuzuka glares at him furiously. Kiba, well, then what? The words die in his throat as he sees the Uzumaki raise his head towards the hilt of his katana. Naruto, down, he says simply as he unsheathes his katana and holds it firmly with both hands in a low swing. Everyone looks at him confused until Kasumi Kenjutsu. He begins to chant and his demeanor changes, and that is when everyone decides to do what he said. Sojo Kasumi Layered Mist. He finishes reciting. Outside the dome, before the eyes of the sound ninja, the rock dome explodes into a great and powerful canopy of large cuts. The rocks that formed the dome are cut or blown away. A large curtain of smoke rises, and when it dissipates, Uzumaki can be seen in the same position, surrounded by his companions kneeling around him. Neji, that speed is monstrous, he thinks, getting up. It's faster than when we faced it. It didn't even move, but it sent 100 powerful lacerations toward the dome walls. He observes the rocks and sees that many were cut until they became pebbles. He sees how even on the ground there are traces of cuts. It's an indiscriminate attack, that's why it told us to duck. Shikamaru, dude, it's a good thing we listened to him, or we would have been blown to bits too, he reflects to himself. Kiba, he's a monster, he screams in his mind, horrified by everything that happened. Jirobo, so you managed to get out of my rock dome. Congratulations, he says spitefully. However, you will not get past here, he declares. The giant moves towards them intending to strike them with his large fist, but they are faster and dodge it. However, he attacks again, striking the Inuzuka with his shoulder, sending him flying backwards from the devastating force. The mastodon slams its hand into the ground, dislodging a large rock and hurling it at Hyuga and Akimichi. However, Uzumaki quickly positions himself in front of them. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu, Kasamajiri, miss slash. He recites while swinging his katana in an upward slash, cutting the rock in two and both halves fall to their sides. Shikamaru. We shouldn't take too long, but how do we spend it? He asks as he stands next to them. Choji. I will do it, he says with great seriousness and conviction, and the little boy looks at him carefully. Shikamaru. Good. Nods in agreement. Naruto. I hate to disagree, but that doesn't sound very viable, he says indifferently. Neji. What do you mean? He inquires, knowing that the redhead might have a better approach. Naruto. Fighting with brute force against brute force isn't very smart, he begins, looking at Akimichi. In the end, the strongest will win. What it takes to defeat someone like that giant is discipline. You have to be faster than him and use his own strength against him. He explains and sees the Hyuga nod in agreement. Shikamaru. Believe me, Choji can handle this. He can manage it. I trust him, he says confidently and somewhat irritated by being contradicted. Naruto. You make a decision like this just based on the fact that you believe and trust that he can do it? He inquires sarcastically. The fact that you trust him doesn't make this the right decision. Your feelings shouldn't influence your judgment, he says sternly, but the Nara looks at him without flinching, and the Uzumaki sighs, knowing that even though he also possesses some leadership, the final decision is his. Fine, do what you think is best, he says irritably and starts to walk away, and the Hyuga follows him. The little boy sighs in frustration and gives his friend one last look of encouragement and confidence before following the others along with Kiba. They soon catch up and the four of them begin to advance in silence until, Naruto. I hope you know that whatever happens to him will be your responsibility, he says, looking over his shoulder at Nara. Kiba. That's enough. Don't you trust Choji? He asks. Naruto. That's not the point. The point is that he shouldn't have made a decision like that just because he trusts his friend, he says sternly. Everyone remains silent as they continue moving forward until the Hyuga breaks that silence. Neji. They are just a few meters away, he says and stops, waiting for a plan. Shikamaru. All right, they're probably waiting for their partner to catch up, so we'll use that to our advantage, he begins to speak. I'll take his place, he proclaims. Naruto. Do you know that they can be a team for a long time and that they can differentiate between you and the real one? He inquires, pointing out the obvious. Neji. He's right. They'll most likely be able to tell you apart from the real one, he says, agreeing with Uzumaki. Shikamaru. However, it will give you enough time to take the barrel, he adds, seeing that they don't believe in his plan. Naruto. I guess it might work, he says, sounding not very convinced. Later we see the three remaining members of the sound team, walking in silence until their partner Jirobo joins them. Tayuya. You took a long time, Fatso. You were probably squeezing them dry, weren't you? She asks sarcastically and rudely. Jirobo. Well, I did it, he says, maintaining a serious expression. The other three look at him closely and then look at each other, and quickly Kadamaru throws a punch that makes him stumble and almost fall off the branch. Kadamaru. Nice try, but Jirobo is always arguing with Tayuya about her vocabulary. He says to show that they didn't fall for his trick. Jirobo clicks his tongue and in a burst of smoke reveals himself as Shikamaru. Naruto. I told you so, he says smugly as he falls onto the same branch as the others. Shikamaru. How annoying, he says, noticing the tone used by the redhead. Kadamaru. So you were able to get through to Jirobo? He confirms upon seeing them all. Go ahead. I'll take care of it, he exclaims confidently. Tayuya. Just don't take too long, she says, and the six-armed man gives her a lopsided smile. The other two leave along with the barrel, leaving their companion with those from the leaf. The one with the sound quickly opens his mouth and shoots a viscous substance towards them, but they dodge it. He keeps shooting until he forms a kind of spider web into which, unfortunately, the Uzumaki falls. The six-armed man smiles and shoots again, but this time the substance is amber-colored and hardens as it comes out of his mouth. The attack hits the redhead squarely in the abdomen. All his companions watch with fear and concern, while the sound ninja flashes a sadistic smile, but it changes to an expression of bewilderment and surprise as he sees the Uzumaki vanish into mist. Six Arms appears confused by this, but then a figure drops from the treetops. Naruto is seen upside down behind him, swinging his katana towards his neck, but the black-haired man ducks, only managing to cut his ponytail. However, the force of the cut creates a gust of wind that snaps several branches, causing Six Arms to stumble. The Uzumaki dives down, but before hitting the ground he twists in the air and lands gracefully on the ground. Kadamaru. That boy tricked me, and he was about to behead me, he thinks in surprise. And that cut possessed a unique power. The Uzumaki appears in the blink of an eye next to his companions. Shikamaru. We can't waste any more time, he exclaims. Neji proclaims, you guys go ahead. I'll take care of it. Naruto. I suppose you're the most suitable to face him, he says seriously. But be careful, boy with pearl eyes. He warns, though indifferently. The Hyuga smiles slightly and nods. The boy with the pink hair says nothing because he agrees. So the other three go to chase after those who fled. Now the one who is in the lead is Uzumaki, with the other two following closely behind. They advance at breakneck speed and see them. The Uzumaki decides to end this whole chase and leans on a branch, propelling himself forward, and in a burst of speed, he launches himself towards them, leaving a trail of mist. The Uzumaki appears behind them and gives a strong kick to one of the girl's sides, knocking her aside. He spins in the air and kicks the gray-haired boy, causing him to drop the barrel. The redhead spins again and with a kick throws the barrel towards his companions, where it is caught by the dog boy. Naruto. It's all over, he declares, unsheathing his katana and preparing to fight. The sound ninja look at him irritated, and that's when black lines begin to appear on his skin following various patterns. But before anyone can make a figure, he comes out from behind them and jumps towards the redhead, leaning on his shoulder and propelling himself towards the Inuzuka and the Nara, landing two precise kicks and snatching the barrel from them, and he retreats, positioning himself next to the sound ninja. Uzumaki opens his eyes for a moment in shock, as he was unable to react properly, but he soon recovers and returns to his stoic and indifferent expression. Tayuya, why you? She stammers, a trace of fear in her voice, as she looks at the newcomer, a young man with fair skin and green eyes. He has 2 dots on his forehead. He has masculine facial features and shoulder-length white hair, parted in the middle with 2 separate sections on either side of his face. He wears a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, light lavender zip-up shirt, mid-calf black shorts, bandages wrapped around his ankles, traditional sandals, and a purple rope belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. He also wears 2 red, tube-shaped hair ornaments, one on each side of his head, securing 2 strands of his silvery white hair. He is Kimimaro, a former member of the Sound Four. Kimimaro, you took too long. I hope you know you will be punished, he says sternly and indifferently. Deal with your mess, he adds as he walks away, taking the barrel with him. Those of the Sound see it moving away before looking at those of the Leaf. Sakan, well, you heard, he says threateningly, and receives in response an impassive look from the Uzumaki, a wild look from the Inuzuka, and an irritated look from the Nara. Shikamaru, very well, it's going, is interrupted by the Uzumaki. Naruto, you guys take care of it, I'll go after the other one, he says simply, and the Nara is about to reply. Tayuya, and you even think you're going to get through? She says rudely, but the Uzumaki doesn't even flinch, and before anyone can say anything else, he jumps from the branch. The Sound ninja watch in slow motion as the redhead passes by them, unable to react, and the Uzumaki disappears from everyone's sight. Later we see how Uzumaki has already caught up with Kimimaro, who stops in a clearing to face him. The Uzumaki positions himself in front of him and points his katana towards him. Naruto, I'm already pretty fed up with this day, he says, deeply annoyed, although he doesn't show any signs of it. And this only manages to irritate me, he says as his eyes narrow and he frowns. It's time for all this to end, he declares, and from his sleeves and ankles a large and very dense fog begins to flow, covering the surroundings. The other boy says nothing more. He just stares at him curiously, while a kind of bone spike emerges from the palm of his right hand. They both look at each other intensely, challenging each other with their gaze. Here it is as promised. You know what? It's been a while since I wrote about Naruto's sword techniques. Today we saw one that I hadn't included yet, and there are still more that I won't reveal for now. We saw a kind of conflict of perspective between Naruto and Shikamaru. I honestly think his character needed development in order to be a good leader. We also saw how Neji seems to respect Naruto. This has a reason that I will reveal later. It will take me a little longer to publish the next chapter as I need to research a couple of things in order to better tell the story. Next chapter, Duel Between Two Prodigies. We'll see what happens when Naruto runs out of patience. Chapter 20, Duel Between Two Prodigies. Both pairs of gems, blue and green, gaze at each other intensely, challenging one another with their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki appears in front of the white-haired man, swinging his sword towards his neck, but the latter ducks and kicks the redhead at his feet. However, the redhead jumps, dodging the kick, and spins in the air, landing on his head and launching a kick towards the green-eyed man, who blocks it with his forearm. The blue-eyed man then places his other leg on his arm, propelling himself backward. The Uzumaki spins in the air and lands on his feet, then charges again at the white-haired man who thrusts with the bone spike, but the redhead moves to the side, dodging the attack. The Uzumaki doesn't lose his rhythm and launches another slash towards the green-eyed man's neck, but then the rib bones protrude and stop the advance of his katana. Naruto seems somewhat disconcerted by this, however. He soon reacts and quickly backs away, avoiding another thrust from the bone. The Uzumaki watches as the bones that protruded from the body now slowly retract. Kimimaro, this is my Kekkei Genkai. It allows me to manipulate my skeletal system in ways never before seen. He explains, and the Uzumaki looks bored, since he hadn't asked for such an explanation. And by combining my chakra with the calcium in my bones. He pauses as he brings his right hand to his left shoulder, and we see the bone begin to protrude from the skin. Then, with his hand, he pulls the humerus bone, which has been modified into a sword. I can create bones as strong as, or even stronger than, steel. He finishes, pointing the bone sword at the redhead, who has remained silent. Naruto. Very interesting and all, but as I said before, all this just irritates me. He says, lunging towards the white-haired man. Kimimaro, Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia. He chants, delivering a series of thrusts at blinding speed, managing to pierce the redhead's arm. However, the Uzumaki was able to adjust his rhythm and dodge each and every one of the subsequent attacks. In a moment of hesitation, he launches a thrust towards the green-eyed boy's chest, but it had no effect because under the boy's skin was a kind of armor. Karamatsu no Mai, Dance of the Larch. He recites, and multiple bone thorns begin to protrude from his body, several of which manage to embed themselves in the redhead's body, but he showed no sign of pain and quickly retreated. Blood flowed from the boy's wounds, but he showed no concern and resumed his posture. Naruto. I create a sheet of bone under the epidermis, weakening my attack, he concluded. Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri Miss Slash. He said, and with unprecedented speed, he appeared in front of the white-haired man, who opened his eyes in shock, but even though he raised his bone sword to block the cut. Both swords clash, however, the bone sword cracks under the enormous pressure and force behind the slash, so the green-eyed man is forced to retreat, however. As he does so, he is enveloped in a relentless series of powerful cuts that impact in different places on his body. But the bone armor reduces some of the damage, but the white-haired man knows that at this rate he will not withstand so many attacks, especially of that caliber. The green-eyed boy leaps out of Uzumaki's reach, spins, and lands on the ground. But just as his feet touch the earth, Uzumaki is already in front of him, ready to attack again. However, the white-haired boy activates his cursed seal, causing multiple lines to appear across his body and granting him a speed boost, allowing him to dodge the redhead's slash. Kimimaro, Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia. He says as he counterattacks with a series of powerful thrusts. However, the Uzumaki readjusts his rhythm again, dodging the piercing attacks, so the white-haired man decides to attack harder, but it still has no effect, and again he finds himself under the relentless attack of the red-haired man. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasumi no Nakamitsu, Light in the Mist. He chants, and you can see how his arms blink and the mist becomes present, and in the blink of an eye hundreds of flashes crash into the body of the green-eyed one, and before the indifferent gaze of the redhead and the astonished gaze of the white-haired one. Large cuts appear on the latter's body and the bone armor cracks and breaks in some parts. Kimimaro gasps away from Uzumaki as crimson liquid oozes from the large, deep wounds. Kimimaro. This kid is a real nightmare, he thinks as he watches him panting. He possesses phenomenal speed. He analyzes the fact that the redhead matches him in speed. A magnificent reaction time, he thinks, remembering how the Uzumaki can dodge his attacks almost instantly, and his attacks possess unique power. He observes the wounds that the Uzumaki inflicted on him in the blink of an eye. I'll have to take things more seriously, he concludes, reactivating his cursed seal. Kimimaro, Yanagi no Mai, Dance of the Willows, he says in multiple sharp thorns, and he charges towards the Uzumaki, doing a series of turns and acrobatics trying to cut him in the process. However, the redhead was able to mostly avoid the damage, but he could not avoid one of the thorns managed to cut him on the right side of his torso at the level of the second to last rib. Uzumaki touches the bleeding wound, but then a kind of smoke begins to come out of the wound, closing it. Kyubi, you'd better start taking things seriously. You can't keep letting him hurt you, he says, healing his Jinchuriki's wounds as best he can. You're so used to fighting weak opponents that you lower yourself to their level. Put aside the limit you've imposed on yourself and fight with your full potential, he concludes, cutting off communication. The redhead remains silent and motionless for a few moments, but quickly recovers and moves his right foot forward and his left foot back, swinging the katana towards his shoulder. And for the first time in a long time, indifference abandons its expression. His entire demeanor changes as he frowns and his gaze becomes sharp, his blue-violet eyes shining with determination. Reaching a speed never seen before, he attacks the white-haired man. Kimimaro, Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, he chants, about to begin with a great series of thrusts. However, the Uzumaki had read the movement, so he counterattacks. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, begins to chant as he gets into a thrusting position. Mizuiro Sora, Sashis Makasumi, Celestial Sky, Imminent Mist, ends by launching a thrust at the same time as the green-eyed one. Both thrusts collide, but, upon colliding, the bone sword shatters under the force of the other thrust. The Uzumaki's sword effortlessly pierces the bone sword right in the middle, splitting it in two and simultaneously piercing the green-eyed man's hand, who recoils. Kimimaro, that's not possible, he stammers, staring in astonishment at the remains of his sword as blood flows from the wound in his hand. He lunged at the same time as me with the same speed, angle, and direction, but his was so strong that it cut through my sword as if it were a knife cutting through butter. Naruto, I'll tell you what, he begins, drawing the white-haired man's gaze. How a weapon is made is important, but... He pauses, swinging his katana, causing blood to flow down it and stain the grass, restoring its unyielding shine. The weapon itself is only as good as its wielder, he says calmly, about to add something else, but frowns upon sensing a presence he finds disgusting. Then you can see how the barrel containing the Uchiha explodes in purple smoke and the aforementioned one comes out from inside it. You can see how her appearance has changed. Her jet-black hair is now a bluish tone and reaches her shoulders, and her skin is a dark tone. The Uchiha laughs maniacally as his skin returns to its normal tone, and his hair regresses in its growth and returns to its jet-black color. The ebony man, without looking back, runs away, disappearing into the thick of the forest in front of him. Naruto, well, that's a sign that all this must end, he says, still irritated by the aura that the Uchiha gives off. Kimimaro, I say the same, he says as his skin darkens and several bones begin to protrude from his body. He takes his hand and, before the disgusted gaze of the Uzumaki, tears out his own spine, preparing to attack. Tasenka no Mai, Tsuru, Dance of the Clematis, Vine, he recites, using his spine as if it were a whip, sending several lashes at the Uzumaki. Naruto, thanks to the flexibility of his weapon, his attacks possess a unique power, he thinks, dodging the whippings. And he modified the vertebrae to be like blades. he says, carefully observing the weapon. The green-eyed man lashes out again. But when he is about to hit the Uzumaki, he makes him twist, causing him to move around the redhead with the intention of wrapping himself up. But just as he is about to do so, the Uzumaki disappears, leaving only mist in his place. The white-haired man looks around searching for him but cannot see him. But then he turns to the sky and sees him with the katana raised high. Kimimaro, Tasenka no Mai Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower. He sings, and from his arms several bones begin to protrude, and at great speed they take the form of a coiled spiral very similar to a drill but at the same time to a flower. The redhead is surprised, but it's too late, and the green-eyed man stabs him with the bone drill. But then, the image of Uzumaki fades away. The white-haired man opens his eyes in shock, but it is too late, and he realizes this when a figure falls behind him. And we see Naruto land gracefully on one foot, and just as his foot touches the ground, the bone drill bursts into a pile of cuts and falls to pieces, and the green-eyed man's body is enveloped in fog, and when it clears, it is replaced by a storm of powerful cuts. The white-haired man falls to his knees, bleeding and unable to move. Kimimaro, I failed, he whispers, disappointed in himself. Naruto, you did it, he says, turning to look at him. But if it's any consolation, you're the only one so far who has forced me to use the full extent of all my abilities, he says, sheathing his katana and giving himself. You have my respect, he says, knowing that this young man has been his greatest rival and the one with whom he has been able to fight on equal terms. QB, an improved version of Kasumi no Ro, Misdu. It's still painless, but it severed his tendons, preventing his mobility and causing him to bleed out, he thinks, comparing it to the moment when he defeated the Hyuga boy. He will die, but he won't feel pain, he says, thinking that his Jinchuriki was benevolent. This boy has been the only one who has presented him with a challenge, and as a sign of respect, he gave him a peaceful death. He concludes his thoughts. We can see Sasuke Uchiha walking calmly and arriving at what is known as the Valley of the End, the place where the last confrontation between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha took place, and in honor of the great battle, statues of them are now located on both sides of the waterfall. The raven-haired man walks across the head of the Senju statue, then jumps onto Madara's head, preparing to continue on his way, but then he senses a presence behind him and turns around, seeing Naruto Uzumaki on Hashirama's head. Sasuke, oh, if it isn't the loser, he says with a mocking smile. She sent you, didn't she? He says, referring to his now ex-teammate, the pink-haired girl. The redhead says nothing more. His expression is indifferent. You're not saying anything? Well, it's understandable. It's obvious you didn't come here to talk, he says, closing his eyes and then opening them again. His Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomo. We'll finish what happened on the roof. Only this time there won't be anyone to save you, he says arrogantly, but the Uzumaki doesn't even flinch at the tone. Naruto, I think your senses are dulled, he says, speaking for the first time, and the Uchiha frowns. Either that or those eyes of yours prevent you from seeing the truth of things, he says, observing the raven-haired boy with his Sharingan activated. In that fight, you were the one at risk, he announces, and the Uchiha clenches his teeth in anger. I had to hold back so as not to hurt you, because we were comrades, he says stoically. But thanks to your decisions, that has changed. Right now, we are opponents and you are my enemy. He pauses and his eyes narrow. So don't expect mercy, he says, the threat reverberating in his tone. They both observe each other. Sasuke from Madara Uchiha's head, Naruto from the head of Hashirama Senju. The battle is about to begin. Can the Sharingan wielder defeat the Mist Bearer? Or will he be crushed like the others? We'll find out soon. Took me a long time, but I had to investigate Kimimaro's attacks. So I hope you understand. Well, in the end Naruto was able to defeat him, but by using all his strength, something he hadn't done with any of the opponents he had faced. I didn't make Naruto invincible, but I did make him strong enough that not many people would be able to challenge him. I also had Naruto acknowledge Kimimaro's strength. I thought it was a nice touch. What do you think? Anyway, I still need to work out many details before I can start writing the next chapter. Next chapter, Uchiha versus Uzumaki. I'll bet on Naruto. See you soon. Chapter 21. Uchiha vs. Uzumaki. The Uchiha clan is one of the 4 noble clans of Konoha Hidden Leaf Village. It was considered one of the most powerful clans in the shinobi world due to its valuable Sharingan. The Uzumaki clan, on the other hand, was the founder of Uzushigakure, Hidden Village among the Whirlpools. They were also considered one of the most powerful clans in the world. They were known to wield fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, like no other, possessing great vitality and stamina, as well as enormous chakra reserves capable of shaping into chains. They were fearsome in kenjutsu, sword art. Today we have 2 members from both clans who are about to have a confrontation. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The jet black man, eager to prove his superiority, quickly traces hand seals. Sasuke, Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Element, Dragon Fire Jutsu. He says, expelling a powerful flame towards the Uzumaki. The redhead watches the flames approaching with indifference, unsheathes his katana, raises it, and swings it in a completely vertical slash, cutting through the surrounding air and at the same time the flames that separate and fall to his sides. The blue-eyed man leaps towards Madara's head and attacks the raven-haired man, who is caught in a flurry of cuts that he could not dodge if it weren't for his Sharingan. The Uchiha attacks with a kunai towards the redhead, who easily defends himself with his sword. However, the raven-haired man continues to attack stubbornly, and the sound of metal clashing can be heard until the Uzumaki becomes irritated and swings the katana in a cut aimed at the Uchiha's chest. But he blocks it with the kunai. However, it splinters from the force of the attack and breaks. The jet black man steps back, dodging a cut, and jumps. While in the air, he traces several seals. Sasuke, Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Flame Technique. He says, inflating his chest and launching a shower of small fireballs. Fireballs fall from the sky and the redhead moves nimbly dodging them. But when he dodges one, he jumps over the wall, followed by the raven-haired man. The Uchiha fires more fireballs, however the Uzumaki plants his feet in the wall, slowing his descent, and bends his body, remaining parallel to the wall and causing the fireballs to pass in front of him without being able to hit him. The raven-haired man, on the other hand, plummets and at a certain point aligns with the redhead, their gazes connecting, but then the Uzumaki launches a slash to the chest. The Uchiha barely has time to turn around and land, standing on the water using his chakra. The blood runs and drips, falling into the water and diluting. The raven-haired man touches his chest and sees that his blue shirt is torn, and on his skin he sees the bleeding line. He looks up, seeing the Uzumaki who has already positioned himself in front of him. Naruto, this is completely unnecessary. We both know you won't win, he says, and the Uchiha glares at him furiously at the constant degrading remarks. Kasumi Kenjutsu, Omagiri Shikiri, overwhelming mist. He chants, and the mist appears, covering the surroundings. The Uchiha finds himself enveloped in an endless mist and then sees the Uzumaki in front of him. So he launches an attack, but it pierces the redhead, who vanishes into mist. He throws several punches and attacks, but each time he does, the image fades into mist. And before he can react, he is sent flying and crashes into Madara's statue, causing it to crack. All he does is sit down, and then he sees the Uzumaki in front of him looking at him with his impassive face. Naruto, I was tasked with taking you back, and so I will, he says indifferently. The Uchiha clenches his fists in anger, and in that frustration he grabs a handful of dirt and throws it in the eyes of the redhead, who closes them. The raven-haired man gets up and rushes towards the blue-eyed man, who is staggering from lack of sight, and gives him a strong blow to the cheek, sending him towards the water. The Uzumaki recovers and lands on his feet in the water, but he still cannot see. Kyubi, that was despicable even for an Uchiha, he thinks angrily. However, the Uchiha falls into the water and lunges towards the blue-eyed man, relying on his lack of sight. However, he gets a big surprise when he has to dodge a slash that almost hits him in the nose. Kyubi, it's stupid to think Naruto only relies on sight, the raven-haired man said, stepping back in astonishment from the Uzumaki. Naruto possesses keen senses. He doesn't just rely on his sight, he also possesses great instincts and great perception. The raven-haired man attacked again, but the redhead dodged and countered. Not to mention that when you move through the water, you generate ripples that he interprets, and he can tell where you are. Sasuke. I blinded him, but he can still react. How? He asks in his frustrated mind. The Chidori, Thousand Birds, is useless to me since its speed is greater. The Uchiha launches several fireballs towards the Uzumaki. The redhead senses the air vibrating and becoming hotter and deduces that it is another fire attack. So he swings his sword, creating a gust of wind that disperses the small flames. However, he receives a blow to the jaw that lifts him into the air, and the Uchiha is seen emerging from below the water. The Uchiha also jumps and throws a kick at the head, and he falls headlong into the water again. The raven-haired man watches as the redhead sinks into the water and smiles, satisfied with his tactic. Underwater, we see Uzumaki sinking headfirst, and then the water gets into his eyes, cleaning them and restoring his sight. The redhead recovers and turns in the water to his normal position. He looks up and sees the Uchiha still on the surface, so he moves his katana in a circular cut, and the power behind the cut causes a whirlpool to form. On the surface, the Uchiha is about to leave, but then the water's surface explodes and he is sent flying. The Uzumaki shoots out from under the water and quickly aligns himself with the raven-haired man, delivering a powerful kick to the Uchiha's side, and the sound of bones breaking can be heard as he is launched forward. The Uchiha crashes into Madara's head, causing his side to collapse. The Uchiha gets up unsteadily and sees the Uzumaki leaning against the walls and launching himself towards him. He closes his eyes resignedly, awaiting the impact, but opens them when he sees nothing and sees a snake get in the way, being cut. But with its tail it hits the redhead, who is launched towards Hashirama's head and leans on it. Orochimaru, Kukuku, it seems we arrived on time, he says, making his appearance alongside his assistant Kabuto. It's sad that even though I gave you a gift, you didn't use it, he says, looking over his shoulder at the Uchiha. Sasuke, I wanted to prove that I could win without any help. Maybe if I had used the curse seal I would have won, he thinks. Orochimaru, we meet again, Naruto-kun, he says, and at this moment he would be smiling if he weren't covered in bandages. Naruto, you again. I remember you by your disgusting aura, he says irritably. Orochimaru, it's good that you remember me. We came to look for Sasuke-kun, but if you want you can accompany us, he offers, thinking about the great abilities that the Uzumaki possesses. The redhead is about to answer, but then he is enveloped by a very dense red chakra. Chakra surrounds him. Several strands of his hair rise up resembling fox ears, and 3 tails sway on his back. Kyubi, even though you're very skilled, he's a Sanin and there's no way you can beat him, he says seriously. I gave you some of my chakra, so you can at least put up a fight. Orochimaru, I see that's a no, but there's no need to be so aggressive, he says ironically. For now, we'll say goodbye, but I hope we meet again, he says and disappears in a kind of flame along with the Uchiha and his assistant. Naruto, I failed, he sighs, disappointed in himself. Kyubi, maybe so, but you didn't lose the fight. In any case, he fled, so the victory is yours, he says, knowing that if it weren't for the interruption, his Jinchuriki would have won. But he is comforted by the knowledge that the Uchiha left with a humiliation. Naruto, I guess so, he says, feeling the chakra cloak leave him and sheath his katana. He turns around to start walking and then he sees his sensei Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, Naruto, I'm glad you're okay, he says, relieved to see his student is all right. What about Sasuke, he asks. Naruto, the snake man came and took him away before I could do anything, he says with a trace of frustration. The silver-haired man quickly realizes that the man is Orochimaru and lowers his gaze upon seeing the path his raven-haired student has taken. But at least he is relieved that his other student is all right. Kakashi, let's go back to the village, he says, and the Uzumaki simply starts walking forward, and he follows him. I had said I would update on Sunday, but I was able to resolve my issues, so I was able to update earlier. Regarding the chapter, we all know that Sasuke was no match for Naruto. I didn't make him activate his cursed seal because it was a matter of his own arrogance. I intervened with Orochimaru so that Sasuke would have the opportunity to leave, however. I felt it was appropriate that he left with a humiliation. The fact that Naruto was able to maintain control over 3 of the Kyuubi's chakra tails is due to the way his chakra behaves. I want to say that I will be working on updating Path of Hate, and also from my new story, The Lightning Ninja. I'll say goodbye for now. Next chapter, Mission Failed. Chapter 22, Mission Failed. We can see Uzumaki sitting on a bench, and we can see that he is wearing a few bandages, waiting outside a room because according to what he was told, the pearl-eyed boy was in that room who ended up very injured after the mission. The doors open and the Hokage's assistant, Shizen Kato, is seen carrying some forms, and then she sees Uzumaki waiting outside. Naruto, how is the boy with pearl eyes? He inquires indifferently. Shizen, you mean Neji Hyuga? He's fine, he arrived badly injured with a hole in his shoulder and his lung was compromised, but we were able to heal him completely. She informs the Uzumaki, who nods. I'm sorry, but no one can see him right now, she says, and the Uzumaki just looks at her. Naruto, okay, he says simply and disappears in the blink of an eye, leaving the girl with a nervous smile because of his attitude. In another room, we can see 4 people sitting on a bench. These people are Temari along with her 2 brothers Gaara and Kankuro and Shikamaru, the latter of whom is going through a rather difficult time as his best friend is in critical condition. I hope you know that whatever happens to him will be solely your responsibility. The words of his red-haired companion echo in his mind. Temari, you won't achieve anything by standing like this? She says expressionlessly with her legs crossed and her hands on her knees. Shikamaru, you don't understand. It's my fault it's like this, he says guiltily. Kankuro, true, but blaming yourself won't change anything, he says, irritated by the attitude of the little-haired boy. Gaara remains silent with an impassive expression. Shikamaru, if he had listened to Naruto, he wouldn't be like this, he says, tears welling in his eyes. Naruto, don't cry, he says, making his presence known and causing everyone to turn to look at him. It's regrettable a man doesn't cry, he says sternly, making Kankuro nod. If you made mistakes, then live with them, he says, and the Nara looks at him closely. The only option is to move forward, carry your mistakes and keep them in mind so you don't repeat them, he says seriously. Behind a wall, Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru's father, who was about to intervene, now smiles upon hearing the mature words from the Uzumaki. But he's not the only one smiling at the boy's maturity. Standing in the doorway, Hokage Tsunade has been listening, but no one paid attention to her since everyone was focused on the Uzumaki. Tsunade, it's true, she says to the redhead, causing everyone to turn and look at her. And the blonde-haired boy gets up, waiting for news of his friend. He's out of danger now, we'll keep him under observation, she informs, looking at Nara, before changing her expression to a more serious one. Shikamaru, Nara, your mission failed. The good thing is that everyone involved is okay, she says finally relieved. The little boy sheds a couple more tears before wiping his eyes and saying, Shikamaru, the next mission will be perfect, he says in a solemn voice, and the Senju nods. Tsunade, Naruto, come with me, we need to talk about something, she says, and the redhead nods. She starts walking, and he is about to follow her, but then someone calls him. Gaara. Naruto, he says, approaching the young man. Naruto. Ah, it's you, the boy from the sand, he says, and the boy nods. Nice to see you. I imagine it was you and the other 2 who helped the others, he says, receiving another nod. Thank you, he says, though indifferently. Gaara. There's no need, we owed it to them anyway, he says, thinking about how his village was involved in the invasion. Naruto. Well, we'll see each other later, I have to go, he says, waving goodbye, and the one from the sand nods. Naruto. I failed. I'm sorry, he says, bowing. Tsunade. Don't worry, I don't blame you. If it weren't for Orochimaru's intervention, I'm sure you would have completed your mission, she says sincerely. You may leave, she says as a farewell, and the Uzumaki bows again and disappears in a mist. Tell me, will you take him? She asks, and the toad Sanin Jiraiya can be seen sitting on the windowsill. Jiraiya, I think it's for the best, he says seriously. If he goes with me, he might learn to control Kyuubi's chakra, he says, thinking that although the boy is talented, he has not shown mastery over the Bijuu's chakra. Tsunade, do you think that's necessary? She asks, thinking that he, Uzumaki, has shown that he doesn't need that chakra. Jiraiya, Tsunade is a Jinchuriki. She must learn to control it, he says. Tsunade, she's doing quite well without that chakra, she replies. You know how dangerous it is to try to control that chakra. It can end very badly, she says worriedly. Jiraiya, I know, but he still has to do it. You know that's what he wanted, he says, and the blonde remains silent after that statement. I'll talk to him, she says without waiting for a response and jumps out the window. Naruto, at least you're okay, he says, observing the pearl-eyed man lying on the bed. Neji, yes, thank you for your concern, he says, smiling slightly as he sees his red-haired teammate, and it is at this moment that he remembers a conversation he had with him. Flashback. Naruto, destiny doesn't exist, he declares, and the Hyuga looks at him intently. Or rather, destiny is what you choose, he corrects with a thoughtful expression. Everyone chooses their own path and the kind of person they will be, he says serenely. It doesn't matter where you come from or what you are. What matters is what you will become. You must live each day trying to be better. You must leave your past and your limitations behind and move forward. Where you are born doesn't determine what you are or what you will become, he concludes, and the room becomes quiet as the Hyuga allows himself to think about it. End of flashback. Naruto, according to what they said, you'll be staying here for today, he says thoughtfully. I hope you get better. I'm leaving now, he says, getting up from his seat. Neji, see you later, Naruto, he says, watching as the Uzumaki disappears. The Uzumaki walks down the street, ignoring the furtive and contemptuous glances of the people who see him. Just at that moment, the Sanin appears beside him. Jiraiya, long time no see, tadpole, he says, smiling at the boy. Naruto, ah, it's you, he says, giving the white-haired man a glance without stopping in his gait. Jiraiya, I wish I could talk to you about something, he says, and the Uzumaki stops and focuses on him. Naruto, and what would that be? He inquires, unwilling to waste time on unimportant things. Jiraiya, come, follow me, he says, starting to walk and waiting for the Uzumaki to follow him. The redhead looks at him for a moment before following him. After walking for a while, they reach a clearing in the forest. Jiraiya, you see, I want you to accompany me on a training trip, he finally says, and the boy looks at him expressionlessly. Naruto, training? He asks. Jiraiya, yes, it would be a 3-year journey, he adds. It's so you can learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra, he says, watching as the redhead's gaze narrows at what he said. Kyuubi, we should have guessed, he huffs in the boy's head. Of course, that's the reason, he says irritably. Naruto, why should I? He asks, and the Sanin looks at him in surprise, thinking for a moment that he would accept immediately. Jiraiya, well, you must learn how to use it, he says nervously. Naruto, but why? He inquires again, not understanding the reason for so much insistence. However, the fox knows the answer but will not say it for now. Kyuubi, Naruto accepts, he says seriously, and the Uzumaki is left confused. Besides, I won't leave you alone until you accept. With this you could become stronger, he says, convincing the boy. As for my chakra, I won't make any promises. You must earn the right to use it, he says seriously. Naruto, all right, I'll accompany you, he says to the white-haired man who smiles broadly. But you should know that I don't tolerate stupidity and clowning around, he says, his gaze sharpening. And from what I've seen, you do it constantly, so I'm going to give you a warning, he says seriously. If you're not serious about this, rest assured I'll leave you and continue on my way, he says, and the Sanin looks at him nervously until he nods and disappears. Uzumaki begins walking back, enjoying the silence and serenity of the forest. Tsunade, and tell me, were you able to convince him? She inquires upon seeing her partner in her office. Jiraiya, yes, although it wasn't as easy as I thought, he says, remembering. But in the end, I accepted. The only thing is, he warned me that if I'm not serious and do anything stupid, he said he'll abandon me and leave. He says heavily, knowing that he won't be able to continue his investigation. Unlike him, the blonde smiles amusedly, as she expected nothing less from the boy, Tsunade. "So you won't be able to continue with your perversions anymore?" she says with a mocking smile, enjoying the situation, and the white-haired man looks at her disapprovingly for her teasing. "Well, when will you leave?" he asks, returning to his serious expression. "Jiraiya, in 2 days," he says seriously. "I'll leave. I'll come back later to get the permit," he says without bothering to wait for an answer and jumps out the window. Here's the next chapter. I had said that I would specify why Neji respects Naruto. That conversation happened after he defeated him in the exam. If you remember correctly, Naruto disappeared and returned when he was going to fight Gaara. I also liked Naruto's words to Shikamaru. "What do you think? I'll say goodbye for now. Next chapter, farewell." This chapter will mark the end of Naruto. Naruto Shippuden is coming soon. Chapter 23, Farewell. Uzumaki walks around his room picking up the things he considers important, putting them in a black backpack. He continues wandering around his room and indifferently looks at the engravings on the walls. Monster, phenomenon, demon. The truth is, she can't remember where they came from, nor does she really care. She reaches the table next to her bed and sees a framed photo on it. It's him, only he still had blonde hair and was wearing the orange suit, alongside a pink-haired girl, a black-haired boy, and a silver-haired man who defies gravity. She sees the image without expression, but internally she's having a debate. He feels like he knows those people, but he can't remember them. He can't know if they mean anything to him. He can recognize them, but that's all. This causes him great frustration, although he doesn't show it. But for now, he decides to put it aside. His attention falls on his katana resting on the bed. He takes it in his hands, unsheathing it and observing the edge in detail. This worn out, he wonders why, since normally a katana wears out when wielded by a bad swordsman. "Kyubi, not necessarily," he says, catching the attention of the young redhead. "It's true, swords wear down or break when used by an incompetent person. However, you must consider something else." He pauses for a moment. "In the past, you said something absolutely true. A weapon is only as good as its wielder. You are capable of achieving what few could with a katana, but in return, you put immense pressure on it. Your sword isn't worn down because you're weak. Ironically, it's because you're too strong," he explains with unusual patience. "Perhaps on your journey, the old man will help you acquire a katana that can withstand that pressure," he adds. "Naruto, I hope so," he says, thinking about the old man who doesn't look like the most responsible or mature person. "Kyubi, you've finished packing? Why don't you go for a walk?" he suggests to his container. "Honestly, your room is a rather depressing sight," he adds, and the Uzumaki looks around. "Naruto, right?" he says in agreement and sheathes his sword and places it at his waist, secured by his gray belt. We can see Uzumaki walking down one of the village streets, as usual completely ignoring the stares he receives. He continues walking towards the silent forest, but then someone touches his shoulder. "Sakura, Naruto," she says as a greeting. Since Sasuke escaped from the village, she hasn't been able to talk to her other teammate. "Can I walk with you?" she asks, and the redhead seems to think about it for a moment before shrugging and starting to walk, and she follows him. They walk in silence until they reach a clearing in the forest. The girl observes Uzumaki, who abandons his stoic expression for a serene and peaceful one, enjoying the tranquility. "Sakura, I heard you're going on a trip," she says, starting a conversation. "Naruto, yes, I'll be gone for 3 years, he replies simply. "Sakura, you know, Naruto, I want to thank you," she says, and the Uzumaki turns to look at her, confused. "Naruto, why?" he asks, confused. "Sakura, you helped me see things I didn't see before," she says with a calm smile, having made peace with it. "Your words, even though I didn't understand them properly at the time, have helped me a lot," she says, thinking of what she once thought were hurtful words, but which have helped her the most. "I lost sight of many things because of my infatuation," she says, her smile fading. "Since I was little, I wanted to be a kunoichi. I wanted to be strong," she says, reminiscing. "But I put all that aside when I fell in love with Sasuke. Now I see it. I'm sorry he left, but that was exactly what I needed to open my eyes," she says, thinking of her encounter with the raven-haired boy before he left. She remembers how, just like always, he rejected her. "I chased him for years. I never wanted to accept that he would never look at me. It was an obsession, but I wouldn't accept it," she says, her smile returning. "I will return to my ninja path, and I will become a powerful kunoichi," she says with determination. "But none of that would have happened if you hadn't been there. You should have said those words to me. That's why I thank you," she says. And the Uzumaki just looks at her and says, "Thank you, Naruto." "Naruto, tell me, what will you do from now on?" he asks, unusually interested. "Sakura, when I learned of your journey, that's when I found my determination," she says, and the Uzumaki looks at her intently. "I asked Lady Tsunade to train me to become a medical ninja," she says with a determined smile. "Naruto, that's interesting," he says simply. From here, they both remain silent. Soon the girl says goodbye and wishes him good luck on his trip. Uzumaki stayed there watching the sunset until night fell completely, admiring the moonlight. Then he decided to leave. Morning arrives quickly and we find ourselves at the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village. We can see the toad Sanin Jiraiya carrying a scroll, and Naruto Uzumaki carrying a black backpack. "Jiraiya, are you ready?" he asks with a smile, and the Uzumaki looks at him expressionlessly but nods nonetheless. They begin walking, leaving behind the village to which they will return after 3 long years. Their figures fade into the distance, ready to travel their long way. We've reached the end of Naruto. Naruto Shippuden is coming soon. I'm proud to have gotten this far. This is my first story, and honestly, it took me a while to decide to write it. This story will go on pause. Not for long, but I'll still be here for a while. The reason is that the final episodes of Path of Hate are approaching, so I will be focusing on it. With nothing more to say, I bid you farewell. Coming soon, Season 2. See you. Chapter 24, Return. We can see 2 silhouettes advancing along a large path through the forest. Beneath the shadows of the trees and through the undergrowth, they walk in silence, one of them content with the fact that it is so. The 2 continue onward until they reach a large archway that marks the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village. The sunlight illuminates them and reveals the owners of those silhouettes, Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sanin and the Sage of Toads. And beside him, Naruto Uzumaki stares boredly at the village in front of him. 3 years have passed since he left with the older man for his training journey. If you could even call it that, the white-haired man kept saying he was going to investigate who knows what. He'd return hours later, sometimes with a trickle of blood running from his nose, or, more often than not, beaten so badly he looked like he'd been lynched by a mob. However, true to his word, Uzumaki would leave him to his fate and go off to continue his training, only to see him return later. He didn't pay much attention to the old man. In his opinion, he was too childish and immature, which irritated him, and that was the main reason why he chose to ignore him. Although there was something, the white-haired man practically forced him to try the fox chakra that resided within him. He was reluctant to do so since that power didn't belong to him and he didn't want to depend on it. However, the fox himself suggested he try it so the old man would stop bothering him. As expected, all kinds of changes occurred during that time. He grew taller, reaching a height of 1 meter 75 centimeters, and his body became more athletic, muscular, and robust. His hair remained long and loose, falling to his mid-back with 2 strands framing his face. His eyes, which gave everything a dull expression, retained their blue-violet color. His face now displayed strong, masculine features. He wears a navy blue uniform tied with a white belt that holds his katana, loose in the sleeves and ankles covering them almost completely, and a completely white haori. "Jiraiya, well, Tadpole, we should go report to Tsunade," he says, smiling at the young man, but the latter gives him an indifferent look before nodding and starting to walk towards the entrance, leaving the Sanin with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck because of his attitude. The white-haired man follows closely behind, and they both walk through the village streets, avoiding the many villagers and their stares. They quickly reach the Hokage tower and knock on the door, hearing a "come in." They both enter the room and see Hokage Tsunade Senju. The Uzumaki bows to the smiling blonde, and the white-haired one rolls his eyes at the formality. "Tsunade, I'm so glad to see you both," she says, observing the duo. I hope your trip was productive, she adds. Jiraiya. Of course it was. Do you doubt my abilities as a teacher? He asks dramatically. Tsunade. Yes, she replies without holding back, and the Sanin looks at her indignantly. But I don't doubt Naruto, she says, giving the boy a smile. Jiraiya. The tadpole is ungrateful. Can you believe he was leaving and abandoning me? Me, his honorable sensei? He says dramatically, and the blonde smiles mockingly because she already imagined something like this. Naruto. It's not my fault he's a stupid, immature, and childish boy, he says indifferently to the looks from the white-haired man. He's an old man, but he behaves like a 5-year-old, he says, and the Hokage bursts out laughing at the man throwing a tantrum. But before the Sanin can speak again, she intervenes. Tsunade. Putting that aside, to see Naruto's growth, I will give him a test, she says, looking at the boy who is staring at her board. You will face someone, and that way we will see how much you have improved, she finishes, seeing the young man nod. Jiraiya. Why don't you go and find your partner? Sakura? He says, and the redhead tilts his head in confusion. Naruto. Sakura? He asks, unable to remember anyone with that name, and a drop of sweat appears on the back of the Sanin's neck. Jiraiya. Tadpole, the pink-haired girl, your partner, he says, trying to make the boy remember her. The Uzumaki shrugs before disappearing in a small burst of mist. Tsunade. Very well, now tell me, what did you do regarding the Kyuubi? She asks with a serious expression. Jiraiya. Well, the tadpole didn't accept immediately. He said he didn't want to depend on that chakra and that power wasn't his to do as he pleased. He says, thinking about the times the boy refused to use the Bijuu's chakra. However, when he did agree, he was able to hold out until the 4th tail. He says, looking seriously at the blonde who seems somewhat surprised. I have a hunch that he could have gone further, but he didn't want to, he says thoughtfully. Tsunade. Perhaps he knew I couldn't tolerate it and that's why he didn't insist, she says, theorizing that maybe the boy knew his limits. Through the village streets, we see Uzumaki walking, ignoring the furtive glances as always, his eyes searching for a strand of pink hair. He continues searching until he spots a head of pink hair among the crowd. In a quick blink, he appears next to the girl and she lets out a muffled scream of surprise until she notices the boy who appeared in front of her and realizes that he is her partner. Sakura. Naruto, she says happily to see her partner back. Naruto. Hey girl, don't raise your voice so much, he says huffing and puffing, and the girl smiles softly and nervously when she sees that her friend hasn't changed at all. Sakura. I'm glad to see you, Naruto, she says this time modulating her tone of voice. When did you come back? She asks. Naruto. Not long ago, he replies vaguely, observing the smiling girl. I was sent to find you. Apparently, we'll be conducting a test, he explains. Sakura. Oh, I didn't know that. Then we should go, she says, preparing to leave hurriedly, but the redhead stops her by placing a hand on her shoulder, making her look at him, but they both disappear in a cloud of mist. In the Hokage's office, an explosion of fog appears, attracting the attention of those present. In that explosion, both Naruto and Sakura appear, the latter with an expression of surprise at instantly appearing in the office. Naruto. We're here, he says simply, observing the Hokage who is looking at them intently with a slight smile. Tsunade. Well, very good, because your opponent is already here, she says, looking towards the window, and everyone imitates her. Sitting on the windowsill is a silver-haired man wearing the official Jounin uniform and reading a book with an orange cover. Kakashi Hatake looks up to see his 2 students. The pink-haired girl seems a little surprised by his presence. The Uzumaki, on the other hand, remains in his characteristic state of indifference. As promised, here is the update, since Path of Hate has now ended. This chapter is short, but the next one won't be. It's a confrontation between the students and the teacher. I'll be posting the Lightning Ninja update, so those who read this should stay tuned. I'm also working on the next story, but as I mentioned, the protagonist would be a character I invented, which is a bit more difficult to bring to life. However, I'm working on it. Next chapter, The Student versus the Master. Don't miss it. Chapter 25. The Student against the Master. Naruto. Ah, the weird guy, he says simply, looking at the silver-haired man in the window, who has a drop of sweat on the back of his neck, just like the others. Kakashi. Naruto, Sakura, he says, looking at his two students. The pink-haired girl smiles at him, but the Uzumaki just stares at her with disinterest. Tsunade. Naruto and Sakura will both face Kakashi in a training match to measure their growth as shinobi, she says seriously. We are now at the training ground of the Three Trunks. We can see several people gathered together. We see Hokage Tsunade and her assistant Shizune, and Jiraiya, and also Kakashi alongside Sakura and Naruto, ready for their confrontation. Tsunade. Both of them will face him individually and will see how strong they've become, she says, surprising several who thought the two young men were going to work together. The first to begin was Sakura. After having trained under the tutelage of the Godame to become a medical ninja, the girl achieved outstanding strength and skills. A single blow was able to create a crater and cause several trees to fall. The girl tried to overwhelm the Jounin with her strength. However, her speed could not match Hitaki's, and he simply evaded the devastating blows. The major attacked using the three main branches of Ninpo, ninja arts, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The girl was able to dodge several of the jutsu used by her sensei, as well as quickly escape the genjutsu in which the silver-haired man trapped her. Even with all this, he still couldn't harm the older man and couldn't complete the test, which was to get a bell. Opting for another method, the girl slammed her fist into the ground, creating large fissures and cracks, and also forming a large crater and causing several pieces of the earth to rise up. Because of this, the Jounin stumbled, and the girl managed to take the bell from him by hiding among the rubble while the silver-haired man concentrated on a clone of himself, who was the one who delivered the powerful blow. Kakashi. Good strategy, Sakura. You did it, he says, smiling at his student's progress. Jiraiya. Well done, you have created a second Tsunade, he says to the Hokage and is quickly sent to the ground by a punch from the blonde. Tsunade. Well done, Sakura, your training paid off, she says smiling, and the girl also smiles at her teacher and then turns towards her red-haired companion who has remained silent. She looks at him carefully until he speaks. Naruto. Your strength is terrifying, he says simply and indifferently, but the girl smiles in the same way. Sakura. Thank you, Naruto, she says gratefully, and the Uzumaki nods slightly before starting to walk away. Kakashi. All right, your turn, Naruto, he says, smiling at his student, but Naruto remains stoic. They stand facing each other and look at each other in silence. The silver-haired man looks at his student, waiting for him to make the first move like when he was younger, but the red-haired man looks at him with disinterest. Deciding to start the fight quickly, he launches a barrage of shuriken and kunai. They approach Uzumaki quickly, but at that moment the redhead's arms flicker and all the flying weapons fly off in different directions without hitting him. Shizune. What happened? She asks, confused. In a second, all the weapons were deflected. Jiraiya. It was Naruto, he says, smiling slightly. Sakura. But I didn't see him move, she says doubtfully. Jiraiya. His movement is quite fast and difficult to follow at first glance, he says, referring to the Uzumaki. He possesses an iron defense. With speed and precision, he deflects weapons before they hit him. He explains, seeing surprised looks on the girls' faces and a smile on the Senju's. Kakashi. I couldn't see him with my Sharingan. Is he that fast? He thinks, hiding his surprise, and quickly appears in front of the redhead. He throws a punch, but it only hits the air, and that's when he feels a presence behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees the Uzumaki with his back turned. He throws a kick, but the redhead jumps slightly, raising his feet so he's upside down. With his hands, he grabs his outstretched leg and delivers a precise blow with his feet to the Jounin's jaw, sending him backward as he falls and turns around, landing gracefully on his feet. Kakashi. It was a precise and accurate counterattack, he says, running a hand over the spot where he was hit. The Uzumaki moves closer again, throwing a punch, but Uzumaki lazily moves his head to the side, dodging the attack. The silver-haired boy throws a kick, but Uzumaki dodges it, passing it under his leg. He unleashes a rapid succession of punches and kicks, but the redhead simply leans his body, evading the attacks. Shizen. That way of dodging and evading is unheard of. He barely moves from his place, she says, watching the Uzumaki's way of evading. The worst part is that he does it looking bored. Tsunade. These are precise movements. He doesn't do anything unnecessary, so he can respond incredibly well, she says, satisfied with the redhead's growth. As a medical ninja, she should be able to evade attacks and thus avoid damage, but it's still inevitable that at least one blow will land, but none have hit Uzumaki. The silver-haired man keeps trying but fails to land a blow on the Uzumaki. However, he was so focused on that he barely notices that the red-haired man has not attempted to attack. Kakashi, why aren't you attacking Naruto? He asks, stopping his continuous and useless attacks. Naruto, do you want me to attack you? He asks ironically. Honestly, a normal person doesn't ask to be attacked, he says, and a drop of sweat appears on the back of the silver-haired man's neck. But fine, he says, appearing in front of the Jounin. At blinding speed, he kicks Hatake in the abdomen, then raises his other leg and kicks him in the chest, finally entangling his legs around the Jounin's neck and pulling him away. The Uzumaki braces his hands on the ground and pulls the silver-haired man's neck again, ending up on his head, and with his feet sends the older man flying while turning around and landing on his feet in a relaxed manner. The Hatake recovers in midair and digs his hands and feet into the ground, skidding across it before standing up again. Opting for another method, he begins to trace hand stamps at an incredible speed. Kakashi, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Element, Great Fireball Technique. Expels a large flame that compresses into a large ball about 8 meters in diameter. The redhead watches the great fireball approaching and brings his hand to the hilt of his katana, slowly and deliberately unsheathing it. His arm flickers in a barely perceptible movement, and in an instant the great blaze is divided in two, the flames falling to the sides of the Uzumaki. Shizen, is that possible? She asks, astonished. Jiraiya. Believe me, there aren't many things that the tadpole can't cut with his sword, he says with a smile. The silver-haired man looks surprised by that, but he recovers and resumes tracing handprints. Kakashi, Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu, Water Element, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. He says, and the water of the stream begins to circulate and condenses into a large water dragon that launches itself at the Uzumaki, attacking with its jaws wide open. The Uzumaki changes position, placing his katana in a straight, horizontal thrusting grip. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu, Mizuiro Sora, Sashis Makasumi, Celestial Sky, Imminent Mist. He says, delivering a powerful thrust to the dragon's head and spinning around, causing a swirling gust of wind, and the water explodes, losing its shape and falling to the ground inert. He stands still for a moment, looking at the silver-haired man who stares at him in surprise, and it is at that moment that he jumps, landing on his head just as two hands emerge from the ground. The Uzumaki swings his katana. However, the ground cracks open with large lacerations to reveal the silver-haired man. The redhead thrusts through Hatake's body, but he explodes, revealing himself to be a clone, as does the other one. Naruto. I'm not in the mood to play with clones, he says, looking up at the silver-haired man on a branch. Panting, the Jounin looks at the fresh-faced young man who stares at him with boredom. Naruto. This is boring, so let's finish this already, he says, gripping his katana at a low angle. Kasumi Kenjutsu. He disappears in a burst of mist. The silver-haired man remains motionless, sensing a presence pass by him as he hears a whisper. Gekka no Senko, Moon Mist Flash. The tree where he stood was reduced to small rubble after being cut by an avalanche of imperceptible cuts. The silver-haired man falls to the ground but quickly gets up to see the Uzumaki in front of him with his katana already sheathed and waving a bell in his hand. Naruto, I already won, he says, walking towards the others and giving the bell to a smiling Hokage. Tsunade. Well done. This proves it, she says with a slight smile, and everyone looks at her with doubt. Having seen what you are capable of, I promote you to Jounin Naruto, she says, surprising everyone. Well, except for the redhead who seriously bows to the blonde. The white-haired man smiled proudly at that. He completely agreed the boy was obviously Jounin level or higher. Sakura, congratulations Naruto. She congratulates, knowing that her friend deserves the promotion. Kakashi, you've become very strong. Naruto, congratulations, he says, smiling. Naruto, thank you, he says simply and indifferently. Soon everyone leaves because night has fallen. Each one goes to their home, but Uzumaki and the Jade Eyes walk together. Sakura, Naruto, let's go eat to celebrate, she says, smiling. The redhead nods and starts walking toward a specific place, and she follows him hesitantly until they arrive. Maybe some things never change, she thinks, smiling nervously in front of a Chiraka ramen, the place her companion had unknowingly gone to. They both sit down to eat in silence, much to Naruto's delight. After lunch, everyone goes home in complete peace. But that peace will soon be interrupted. I was going to post earlier, but I had a problem with Wattpad. The mission to support the Sand Village is approaching. Naruto versus the Akatsuki members. We see how Naruto was able to emerge unscathed from Kakashi's attack, and also defeat him with a single stance, giving us an idea of just how strong Naruto is. I'm excited to write the chapters about the encounter with Sasuke and Naruto's fight with Orochimaru. But all in good time. The next update is for the Lightning Ninja. And then there's Jujutsu Hanai. By the way, what did those of you who have read it think of it? Next chapter, S-Class Mission. See you.